She was about to be scarce, Gigi. Let me see what's going on here. Are we good, Dandadas? Yo. GG's. All right. Bet that. We active, Dandadas. Let's see if this shit's high. Oh yeah, it is high enough. What's up, Dandadas? GG's, Iroc, GG's, Dandadas, Hyenas, Scuba, learn from Scuba. Steve was criminating y'all. Iroc with the kick X. Don't forget the Kennedy doing his million match right here on YouTube. We conducting ourselves the most highest likes what you make it. You can't love, you can't hate it. It's gonna be simply what you make it. Make sure you making it, Dandada. You heard? Gotta stay more aware than ever. Okay. Bro. Alright. That's gonna be our little lane, the dollar. Sub up, the dollar. We're having a subathon. Subathon. Yo, that shit crazy, yo. Y'all see that video of homies, the dollar? Yeah, we're gonna break that content down, the dollar. We're gonna break down some content, the dollar. We're gonna break out a lot of content. Oh shit. I had a whole fucking thing to do today. Fuck, I think I got an interview to do. Damn, the dollar. I might have an interview to do today. I got an interview. Damn, let me see if you can hear me out. I just started this shit, so I'll be able to go down. He didn't hear me. I bet. Yeah, everybody sum up, GG. Much love, GG. Much love. The dollars you heard. So I got interview today. So I'm just gonna say I'm gonna do a summathon. We gonna hold that shit till tomorrow? Then Dada. I'm gonna do a little summathon. We out here. We riding. Let me see. So this dude just got fucking. They saying that this dude just got. That's different. What's going on? What's the fuck? Where the hell's the third groove at? Shit hit different.
This new lawsuit exposed a really dark side of Tyler Perry that nobody really knew existed. The lawsuit accused Tyler Perry of SA harassment, work environment harassment, essay harassment with the Ross Act, workplace gender violence, violation of the Bain Act, essay battery.
Yo, they be doing the most shit, G. That's a fact. Let me see.
Perfecting your swing is hard.
Nice shot, man.
Houston, we have a problem. Returning to the moon may be even harder than we think. When the Apollo 17 astronauts returned from the moon in 1972, they could never have imagined they would be the last humans to venture deep into outer space for over 50 years. Technology has evolved greatly over the years. Thanks to SpaceX, we've even seen rockets land back on the ground. We should be able to achieve what our predecessors did with greater ease. So, what went wrong? Well, let's start by looking at how they managed to put a man on the moon for the first time. On the morning of July 16, 1969, the Saturn V S506 rocket was brought to life, launching the largest and most powerful rocket ever built at the time, carrying 3 astronauts on their historic journey to the moon. As the stages separated, 12 minutes into the flight, and after 1.5 orbits, a second version of the firing the engine set the Apollo 11 spacecraft on its precise trajectory toward the lunar surface. During transit, the spacecraft separated into 2 components, the command and service module and the lunar module. The lunar module spun around and reconnected, providing a more stable configuration for a relatively smooth journey through space after the challenges of launch. 3 days later, the spacecraft passed within 110 kilometers of the lunar surface. 2 more engine burns placed it into a stable orbit around the moon. The lunar module then detached and descended to the surface, where astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin spent 21 hours and 36 minutes exploring. Afterward, they re-entered the lunar module, and its ascent stage detached, propelling them back to the waiting command module. The lunar lander was discharged, crashing back onto the lunar surface. The spacecraft returned to Earth 7 days later, splashing down 920 miles southwest of Honolulu in the Pacific Ocean. 1 rocket, 1 journey. One of humanity's greatest achievements. Now, let's take a look at our current plan to return humans to the moon, the Artemis 3 mission. Before the crew launch, SpaceX will send a storage depot into Earth orbit. A series of reusable tankers will deliver propellant to this depot, fueling its new landing system. The uncrewed Starship human landing system will then launch to Earth orbit and rendezvous with the storage depot to refill its tanks. Afterward, it will perform a translunar injection engine burn and travel approximately 6 days to the lunar lunar halo orbit in Irizzy, where it will await the Artemis 3 surface. Meanwhile, the crew will launch to Earth orbit and solar panel adjustments on the Orion spacecraft. Then, with the push from the Space Launch System, SLS, into the cryogenic propulsion stage, Orion will perform translunar injection maneuver, setting its course toward the moon. Over the course of several days,
People is fucking dumb. Shoot out these.
engine burns to intercept its gravitational field. At the optimal time and location, Orion will execute 2 engine burns to place the spacecraft into the NRHO. Once both spacecraft have arrived in NRHO, Orion will dock with the Starship human landing system, preparing for the first lunar surface expedition of the 21st century. When ready, 2 astronauts will board the Starship, while the other 2 remain aboard Orion. Orion will undock and back away from Starship, staying in NRHO for about 1 full orbit around the moon, lasting approximately 6.5 days. This timing will align with the surface crew's expedition, so that as Orion completes its orbit, the surface team will be ready to launch back and rendezvous with the spacecraft. On the moon, astronauts will carry out their planned missions, including moonwalks, collecting samples, conducting research, and, of course, even resting. But once their surface expedition is complete, the 2 astronauts will lift off from the moon's surface in Starship and head back to NRHO to reunite with their crew.
Let me know the dollars.
After docking, the crew will spend up to 5 days in orbit, transferring samples between the vehicles and preparing for their journey back to Earth. when they reach the optimal departure point from NRHO, with all 4 astronauts aboard Orion, they will undock and ignite the spacecraft's engines, slinging it past the moon and allowing it to coast toward Earth. Assisted by 11 parachutes, the spacecraft will splash down in the Pacific Ocean, where it and the crew will be retrieved with support from the U.S. Coast Guard and U.S. Navy. Wow.
At Liberty University.
Alright, let's get active. Will we on the game?
You got the point to my headphones?
Oh, that's it. This is it? Yeah.
Together, we are champions for Christ.
I'm using it for the computer, for camera and all. You need to charge it?
Suddenly, there
Yo.
When he got shot the last time, that was his 6th time getting shot. So don't act like I was on trial for a misdemeanor.
Iranian missiles rained.
Let's see, because we was wilding earlier. Let's see if these niggas is back on. Shit, these niggas is back on Dizak. And is it? What it do, the daughters? Damn, it's like that, huh? Fuck it. This nigga over here, who the fuck is talking to his peoples? Who this nigga talking to his peoples? He said we're on a Subathon marathon. Who's this nigga talking to his people? Iroc. Little baby took my chain.
Bro, I need that chain, dog. No, bro, I need it right now, dog. Bro, we're not doing no, bro. You're not taking that, bro. What? All right, bro, it's on camera. Like, wait, there's no way this is real. All right, guys, we got a lot going on in this video, but to start, I want to show you guys a little update on my home renovation before we get into the whole.
We ain't watching that shit, the dollar. You just fucking fucked up. Anton means, what the hell's all this fucking, yo, there's really nothing up on this shit, the dollar. It's a dry season, the dollar. It's been a dry week. Niggas been having dry weeks, the dollar. That's offending. It's been a dry motherfucking week, the dollar.
Want to support me? Go to Marie37 on IG and purchase a signed copy of my book. That's how you can support me. Make sure you smash the like. Go right now. Follow.
Keep thinking it's a game. Keep thinking it's a game. Keep thinking it's a game. Thinking it's the same. Yeah. What you got going? Like this thing up, hype this thing up, get it bloody right now.
Answer this. If I shrunk down the universe and the Earth is now the size of a tiny grain of sand, how large, in comparison, would the observable universe?
Nobody wins when the family feels. Ooh, pop. He just shot dude right there. He just shot him. Who's that dude right there in this field? He got popped. Oh, he's hurt. Hey,
And I wouldn't mind. This part I wouldn't.
That's fucked up. Nigga, you gotta get your shit right. Shit, let's just the fuck to pay the other man. Let's see what happened with that. Saying kiddo piss on this nigga's great.
You're looking at a work of art. No, it's not the Mona Lisa. But this beautiful can costs a...
Nelly, now, 051 Kiddo, he just come home not too long ago here.
051 Kidder was just released from prison after serving 1 year for violating his parole. You would think this crash dummy would have plenty of time to sit and reflect and even improve his music. But no, he came home, and the first thing he did was go to the studio and make a weekend song that doesn't rhyme or flow, just straight up letting his evil thoughts out with the beat playing in the background.
I got TV up on wood, shit that I don't sleep. I don't sleep until they all die. I'm in Kentucky, setting every block, till the spot up, ain't through the low. I'm in your city, why you claim it's hot? 7.2 on split face, did that LA mission, McAdoo.
How long do you give this 5'1" evil minion before he's back in his favorite place?
He had to go back up on parole violation, but that's
Yo, them niggas be talking crazy upon niggas.
I'm saying making this video because 051 Kiddo, bro. He done started something up again now. He went down to Von's gravesite and stepping on the headstone. Now, in his caption, he tagged OTF who know talking about beautiful Von. Well, now, people is niggas like Von. Don't make me drop the video to the nearest regions. None of you ninjas can compare with me. Hashtag slash Von. Before going to the studio making diss songs, 051 Kiddo get like that while y'all out of town ducking y'all ish. Tell Big Duty Love to go get his ish back too. Ooh. I'm talking spicy, man. I'm talking spicy now. We done all seen this thing play out before, bro. Like, I literally just the other day was saying it. The Chicago dudes have probably never stopped this each other. We all seen this play out before. So 051 Kiddo, I don't know, bro. You on the time right now? Do you not cherish life, brother? Do you not cherish life? I'm gonna be as real as possible real quick with you. Every example of people disrespecting the dead, every example of someone disrespecting the dead and having bodies, the good Lord in heaven, I'm talking about God, I'm talking about the Almighty, whoever you want to call him, the Most High, has made sure that we watch these dudes' demise on TV.
Chicago's Oak Block gang had been convicted in the 2020 of a rapper known as FBG Duck.
A Dallas rapper was murdered outside of his car on I-35 near the Dallas Zoo. Hello, I'm Steve Eager.
I'm Heather Hayes. It is a stark example of the city's struggle to control violent crime. Police say the victim, a hip-hop musician named Mo 3, was approached by the killer on I-35.
According to GBI, rapper King Von and his group were at Opium nightclub before making their way here to Monaco Hookah Lounge, then to the parking lot where chaos ensued.
Listen to me, bro. Everybody who spoke ill on the dance and quote unquote called themselves a killer, and this goes across the whole United States of America. Every one of them dudes got killed on camera for the whole world to see. Do you? Because, bro, look, I'm telling y'all, bro, the universe is real. Universal law is real. As it is above, so it is below. Y'all need to get spiritual bro, and start learning about this. The power, the life and death resides in the tongue. And that's just not the physical incarnated death of your body. That speaks to the soul and all things that you can manifest and speak life into. So that also works in the opposite direction. If you put negative frequencies out there, then the universe is gonna naturally reflect that back to you the same as it did before. I ain't trying to get too deep on y'all, but I'm still.
No, that's a fact. You gotta keep that good energy for that good frequency so you can get some good blessings so you can be more aware of that. Yeah.
What's crazy about this situation is about 051 kiddo is that he spoke to St. Cheese not too long ago and let it be known. Literally, where he spent time with her. They actually shared a cell together. I want to get off into that real quick. You were cellmates with King Von.
Hold up.
And how long was that for?
Like a month.
So explain cellmates. Y'all are in a small box together.
CL5. CL5.
Same cell.
Same cell.
And
I was on the bottom bunk, he was on the top bunk.
for how long?
I was on the bottom, he was on the top bunk. That was like a week in that cell. Then we moved cells. We moved like a couple cells down because our toilet was fucked up, bro. On go. We moved like 3 or 2 cells if I remember. On front out. In Division 5. I still had the bottom one. He had the top one. One like the top one. You feel me? He ain't like sleeping on the bottom on front of the grade.
Who? Why is that?
I don't know why he ain't like that shit on front up. He ain't like sleeping on the bottom, bro. He like, nah, fuck that shit. He like,
What year was this?
it was 2020?
2012.
Yeah, he ain't like that shit.
Did y'all ever have like any conversations? Or because I know you don't talk a lot. He doesn't seem like he talks a lot. Did y'all ever just sit back and just like talk about whatever? Sports, anything?
Yeah, bro. Like we were talking about like going home, bro. Like that was like every time you got out, that's what he said. What up, man? You don't do this, I need to get out of jail, bro. I'm like, I gotta get out of jail too, bro. I can't do this shit, bro. I'm pulling this shit for Google. You be like, yeah, bro, we gotta stay the fuck from out of this bitch, bro. Fuck this shit. Oh, bro. Them the conversations we used to have, bro. On front of, we never talked about like shootouts or killing motherfuckers and slime. We never talked about none of that shit. You feel what I'm saying? A lot of motherfuckers can't believe that shit though, cause he was getting wild on front of. I seen him get busy on front of grade. He fought for me.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, he fought for me, bro. He fought for me. I
Like
got
what,
into it
somebody
with a nigga.
was trying to fuck with you or what?
Man, no, I got into it with a nigga on front of grade. No, I'm finna fight for you, bro. He took him under the stairs and beat him on front of grade. Nigga. He fought for me, bro, on front of. If he would have still here, he would have told you, like, oh no, this is what it is, bro. You feel me? He would have said what he said on front of. Even though I'm distant, it is what it is, bro. But you just don't mind, though. So you gonna feel the same way I felt, bro. On front of you. That's it, brother.
Yeah, because there was stories going around saying that y'all got into it and think y'all got in a fight in prison, but you saying that's not, niggas is just, they lying.
No. All count, brother. If I got into it with a nigga, I would have told you, oh yeah, it was that, bro. On front of. Why would I lie, bro? Ain't no point of lying, bro. I'm not gonna, you know what, lying, bro. What the fuck? I'm not doing this shit for no followers. I'm not doing this shit for no views. I don't give about none of that shit. You know what I'm saying, bro? Oh, bro.
And y'all can say what y'all want, bro. Call me old school, man. Call me, you know what I'm saying, pussy. Or whatever the case may be, but bro, ain't no way in hell I can sit in a cell with a dude. You know what I mean? And obviously, because this is what y'all gotta understand. Anybody would have been in jail and spent an extensive amount of time with the same person in the cell, you end up having natural love for that person. Because y'all have slept that close together, bro. You understand what I mean? Man, I can smell your dookie. I can smell your farting.
That's different. That's different. That's different. That's fruity. That's not a.
Imagine you get out with this and this dude after you die. Now, granted, King Von ain't in the right for what he did for this and his partners too, but bro, this is a poisonous, terrible cycle.
Yeah, level up. Level up.
Point blank period. The vibrations that I can put on some blood out on the jet right now. And I'm talking about just had left the church. I could have just got baptized and all that. If I play some Q50 and blood out on the jet, I'm looking for somebody. I ain't worried. If I play enough of it, I'm over here thinking about how I can get away with murder. I ain't even lying to you. Y'all already know that I had my situation, bro, a few months ago. But I had to snap out of it, bro. The frequencies is real, dog. Now, like I said, there's too many different examples of guys who spoke on the day that I don't count. You know what? I'll give y'all some homework right now. You're gonna do what I'm saying, because y'all my family and I love y'all, bro. Jump in the comments and name an artist who y'all know. I don't care if he local, big, nationwide, whatever. Name a rap artist. Jump in the comment section now. And name a rap artist who met their demise and it was televised, whether it was on Facebook Live, Instagram Live, YouTube Live, TV. Name them, bro. Y'all, I'm gonna give it to y'all to do, bro, because I can guarantee you there's more than 2-3 hands I can name these rappers, bro. Right? So 051 million. I want you to look in this comment section, because I know I trust the family is gonna go to work. I want you to look up in this comment section, please. You understand what I mean, man? And look at all the names, bro. Give it about 2-3 weeks and come back to this video and look at the comments and look at all the dead names. Bro, come on, bro.
She got real though, Dada.
The offers are stacking up on SUVs at your Ford dealer's Great American Sale.
A new super Earth has been spotted by astronomers, and it's quite intriguing. This planet, called TOI 715b, is about 1.5 the size of Earth, which is why it's called the super Earth. It's also relatively close to us in space terms, only 137 light years away. For comparison, most exoplanets are hundreds of light years away, and all the interesting stuff, like black holes and nebulas, are usually more than thousands of light years away from us. So, could it be habitable? The habitable zone is an estimate of where a planet might have the right conditions for liquid water. This is what we call some distance from the star, where the temperatures on the planet should be okay-ish, and water should stay liquid on its surface. It's not super precise, because it depends on a bunch of factors, like the type of star, how reflective the planet is, its size, and so on. Also, just being in this zone isn't enough for water to actually be there. The planet also needs the right kind of atmosphere and a few other things. So we invented a stricter definition in 2014, the conservative habitable zone. It's a more precise term defining the best candidates that have liquid water. Otherwise, we get too many potentially habitable planets that are not actually habitable at all. The CHZ is based on how much energy a planet gets from its star compared to Earth. If a rocky planet gets between 40 to 85%, it's considered to be in the CHZ, no matter how far away it is from its star.
Okay, niggas on. Let's get right. What was on time? I ain't hop on in a minute, but I'm about to carry some niggas a dollar. If you mark it, we gonna spark it. If you pink it, we gonna stink it. If you drop the low, we gonna flock this low. You heard? That's a Fendi. Damn, how the fuck were these niggas in the same fucking lobby? Like, what the fuck? Let's see what the fuck they talking about. Let's hear Ramon.
Oh, shit.
A party of
What
one.
up, big dog? OG. Nah.
Man, niggas in here, nobody's talking.
That's you. What they do, Earl? Hi. What you up to, man? Huh?
Got the new cars there.
Nope.
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 Hey, mama,
Huh?
how you?
She good.
That's different. Like, how the hell you 16 deep in a party? These niggas are 16 deep in a party, silent. Highness. Yo, they better put me in here with some niggas I want to play because they always be putting some niggas up on here. Yeah. Mic check, mic check. What's good, Dundada? Where we at with it? It's dub season, Dundada. You mark it, we gonna spark it. If you pink it, we gonna stink it. If you drop the low, we gonna flock this slow. You heard? Or you tagged it, we're bringing the static. Hyenas out. Damn, what happened, Dundada? Everybody done migrated. Yo, what's goody, GG's? Let's flock this, the data. Alright, easy. Alright, my boy's on me. Alright, bet. What you got, done? It's two of us, so we ain't got no time for them gimmicks, but we could actually win this. Oh, it's three, yo. You don't got a mic? It is what it is. Alright, where we at with it? Say that. I don't know what the fuck. What's up, GG? Alright. We almost got Lodi. Where's Blue at? Down here? Bro. Take the cash. We can't get Lodi. I guess so. Bro, you run into a team, you gonna fucking, they gonna wipe your nose. You'll be at playing. You see, that's what I mean. That's what the fuck I mean. Didn't I just say that shit? If you run into a team, they're gonna wipe your fucking nose. Didn't I just say that shit? Didn't I just say that shit? Didn't I just say that shit? Where you at, bro? I ain't gonna be saving your asses, you know what I'm saying? You better come around with me, done. Like, you don't see that we're 3 deep. Look at it. Alright, homies right there shooting, bro. Like, get right. Come on. Ah! Dead nigga. Yo, you better come run with me, done, cause this is getting hectic. One more just dropped in. Another person jumped in. Oh shit. Ah, come on. Damn, where the gang at? I can't fight y'all for the noodle. Oh, my people's here? Alright. My people's here. Where's that? Up top? What is this stupid motherfucker. Hey, buddy. What the gang got? What the gang got? I got 4 of them things. The data. Yeah, we moving right. Don't get caught up first. Don't get caught up. They're over here. They had a bunch of shit too. You know what? I'll be using this shit. So this is crazy. What's this? Armor plates. Niggas behind. Niggas is here. So I'm saying, you can't be killing people, right? Bro. Where the gang at? You gotta be together, done. There's only 3 of us. I gotta see. Niggas is here, bro. Ah, man. That's holy done. Who killed me? Who killed me, done? What am I running with, done? Because this is different. It went back. Who killed me? Where my straps at? Where was I? I was over the fuck over here. Oh, I forgot what I died. Oh, I was in there. Oh, I already said that. I didn't know where I was. Said that I was right. Where you at? We actually playing souls and quads. This shit is different. We're playing souls and motherfucking quads. Done daughters. Got a little 4-piece McNugget. I got a 4-piece McNugget. Niggas on top, say that. They're gonna die. They gonna go. That's it. Yeah. Got 1 person. Another person come down. Oh, damn, I had him. 1 more person. He's playing Wonder. That's crazy. That's crazy. Dandadas. Have to flip them. Had to get my gun. He over here trying to take my shit. I don't even think this one, but hey, you know what? I'll take his shit. Reload it, my friend. Who's in there? Who's shooting? Who's shooting? Right here, partner. What you was doing? You thought I was gonna let you get away with that? You thought I was gonna let him get away with that? Come on, bro. You didn't actually believe I was gonna let you get away with that. You didn't believe I was gonna let you get away with that, bro. I know you didn't. Miss, oh shit. Oh, the fuck! Wow, wow, that's some bullshit. I fell in the. Yo, no way, no way. I should just ran my game. No way. That shit hit different. Let's get right. Let's get right. Let's get right. GG, Tatadas, Haiti, Scuba Dogs, Lord from Scuba Steve. No, I need another team. Might be. I need another team, Tatada. Y'all did alright, Tatada, but you know what I'm saying? I need another tier team. Nigga, I had a 6-piece McNugget. Little 6-piece. They playing with me. Mic check, mic check. Yo, where we landed at, guys? Where we at, them dollars? Yo, GG, them dollars. Yo, where we at, Pablo? Pablito? You mark it, we gonna spark it. You pink it, we gonna stink it. If you drop the low, we gonna flock this low. You heard? Oh, you tagged it? We're bringing static. Let go. There's nothing tagged. There's nothing tagged at all. I don't know where we're going. Stronghold, 11 quarters. I guess I'm gonna go. Where they at? Everybody's in different places. Hey, you killed my friend Pablo. Be careful. Yo, why ain't we together? Why ain't we together? Why ain't we together? There are you, Pablo. There are you, bro. Turn around. You might as well fight him. Shoot. Shoot, I won't let you fight alone. Alright, one dead. Oh, snap. Who the heck? Oh, he hiding. Jeez, I hate when people hide. Hey, Pablo. Hey, Pablo. This shit. Oh, I'm going back, done. I'm going back. And I'm going strap. If you know what I mean, Jelly Bean. If you know what I mean, Jelly Bean. If you know what the fuck I mean, Jelly Bean. You know what the... Ooh! I didn't know there's that many people in there. I'm about to catch an 8-piece McNugget out here. I'm about to catch an 8-piece McNugget. GG. What we saying, GG? Come on, Pablo. You back, Pablo? You back? I'm on the ass. I'm gonna whip some motherfucking ass. I'm ready to whip some fucking ass. Oh, they here, they here. I don't know about that. Run. Run. They took my boys here. All right, come on, GG. Let's go. What's up? What's up? Where they at? Yo, what? Bro, we gotta move together, bro. We gotta move together. We gotta move together, bro. 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 Bro, wait, wonder, come shoot him. I killed them all. I killed them. Yo. That's crazy, GG. That is nuts. I actually downed them. I downed like 3 of them, bro. I done like 3 of them. Y'all ain't finished the job, bro. You ain't finished the job, bro. I am upset. I am upset. Upset. That's how upset I am. I'm coming here with a pistol. That's how upset I am. I'm coming in here with a pistol. Like, who is them people? Like, get them. Good. Yo, good. Yo, that's what's up, ain't it? That was a good kill. Good kill. On their heels, Dundada. Why Pablo? Of course Pablo Escobar was gonna leave. Of course Pablo was gonna go. Like, come on, Pablo. Why you have to do what's dirty? Pablo couldn't hang. Pablo couldn't hang. Hey, Pablo, you couldn't hang? Hey, you know I gotta kill you. You know I have to kill you. You know I got. Ooh. Ooh. GG the daughters. Yo, I gotta switch the spot. I gotta switch the spot. I gotta get loaded. Shit, I'm on top. I'm on top. Who's shooting, bro? Oh, bro, this is pointless. This is point. Yo, Gigi, this is different. Y'all don't talk. You can't play with people without talking, yo. Can't. You just can't. We're gonna do another one. Like the data, it's 2025. The data, you gotta get your shit together. The data, either you're gonna be speaking or just don't be playing the data. Cause this is or just play solos. Cause I'm saying that's what solos for, not to be speaking. And then why would you come into a group and then not speak? Mic check, mic check. Yeah, big boy. Big boy. We in here? I bet that. 2025. I hope y'all got y'all mics together. Yo, we lay together, we stay together, we win. You heard? That's a fact. Let's get these big nuggets. Let's get this big nuggets, Dada. You heard? Yeah, happy, Dada. Happy, Dada. Yeah, y'all happy, Dada. So y'all don't lose me, GG. Don't lose me to the sun, Dada. And I don't let me carry y'all motherfuckers too. You heard? I ain't trying to be carrying. You heard? Well, I gotta get. I bet that. So where we landed on bio? We're grabbing the car real quick and then heading to the thing. Say that. Get specialists. I'm saying, niggas, everybody's talking, right? I said that. I bet. Well, I added niggas, so niggas can have me back then. Let me head that. Say that. Alright, where we at? Bio, mark it so we can spark it. Ping it so we can sting it. Drop the low so we can flock this load. You heard? Or you tagged it? We're bringing static. Lego! Hyenas! Ahoo! Bio. I'll meet you in the showers. No Diddy. Come on, the daughters. Bio. Meet you in the shower. No Diddy. Yo, calm down, Dada. You ain't gotta be so aggressive. Niggas ain't trying to kill yous. Niggas ain't trying to kill yous. Y'all niggas is aggressive, done. They're aggressive over here, Dada. Yo, y'all niggas meet me. Yo, GG's, where we at? Where we at? Of course they're gonna have this shit the wrong way. We're gonna stronghold. What the fuck? Yeah. Bro, come get your specialist, bro. That's what y'all need to do. Come get your specialist and come get your loadie. Come get y'all specialist, Dandada. Come get y'all specialist. Y'all grannies? I'm about to head towards grannies too. Alright, fuck it. Alright. Shut up. There's when Lodi's at a stronghold, there's a specialist for everybody. Y'all hand there, y'all get it. I'll push with you. Ain't nothing. We need the whole gang to push though, but that's what it is, bro. What y'all want to do? I bet that. Like once the gang is moving together, we good. All right. Oh yeah. They come from top. Oh, you're right. He's dead. He's dead. That's how he pistol whipped me. How he pistol whipped me if I shoot at him? How he pistol whipped me if I shoot at him? How is he pistol whipped me if I shoot at him? I'm shooting at him. How is he pistol whipped me? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. How the fuck he pistol whipped me? I got niggas war. This is different. We gotta get out of niggas' heads, Sadada. I got war. Where you at? Where you at? Where the gang at? Where the gang at? Nah, I'm right here. What we doing? We gonna have to move the dollars. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. We just gotta have to move. Oh, I see that bitch I said. Good shit, good call out. There's more. You shot him? Alright, back. Alright, running with green. Oh, they buying niggas back. Someone just flew in the front building. Watch it. Someone just flew in. Right here. Get him. I got reload. Oh, it's two. Get him. It's two. Good sandwich. Mira, cabrón. Yo, one more. So one more, please. Two more. Good job, Green. Good job, done. Oh, man, there's a war up there. We need some. You're supposed to get got from downstairs. What do you thought? Yeah. Who that? That's my boy? Yeah, that's my boy. That's my boy. Just know that. Be careful, guys. Be careful. Be careful. This our game. This our game, done. This our game. They're on the roof. They're on the roof. They're on the roof. Ah, whole team. I thought that was my team. I thought y'all had them sandwiched, yo. I thought my team had. Damn. I fucked up, nigga. I thought y'all niggas had these niggas sandwiched. That's alright. They got niggas flying in back and forth. Nah, hell no. Yeah, you do it. Yeah, you got this, 9 pieces McNugget. You good. Fuck it. Fuck it. He does. It's your game, done. This is your game. Right there. Calm down. You should have hit behind the rock. Yeah, good game. Yeah, let's run again. Run again, Dada. Y'all niggas is going crazy. Yo, look, you hear them? Some shorties done Dada spanked us like that. Some shorty spanked us like that? No way. Play again. Lock in. What's up? Damn, what happened with this shit? Oh, we good? Nah? We're not good. Damn. I knew it. Whatever. Lock in. I got Hancho. What's everybody else at? Who the hell that kid was? D. Dior something. Dior. Here it is. Spank him. Damn, son. Yo, what's good? Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. What's poppin'? That's good, good. Got some ducks? Good. Bio Dondada. Got the thing. We're gonna go to the stronghold. We're gonna get our specialist. When we get our specialist, we're gonna kill niggas. You heard? Regular degular. That's how we coming, done. You good with that? I added y'all, yo. Just in case, you know what I'm saying? Can't lose you next game, Dada. People don't be talking nowadays. Like, it ain't 2025. I don't know what niggas be on, but, you know, it is what it is. Some people's timid. Yeah, some people's timid. You know, some people antisocial. Mark it so we could spark it. Ping it so we could sting it. Drop the low so we could fly this low. You heard? Or you tagged it? We're bringing static. Let go. Hyenas. Ooh. We're gonna bio. I'll meet you in the showers. No Diddy. Meet you in the showers. No Diddy. You heard? Yeah, they are. They want to walk. No walk. Oh, bitch. You're right. Oh, I almost pistol. Yo, yeah. I pistol whipped the shit out of him, yo. I don't know how many times I had to hit the nigga. Like, come on, Dondada. Nah, they ain't coming. They gonna die. We got a lot. You got it? Let's lock it. We out. You're gonna have to bounce. You got the card? We're good. Come on. Let's go. It's the dash. Who got the card? You got it, Pink? Shit, I don't. Nah, hell no, nigga. I ain't pick it up. Somebody picked that shit up. I ain't grab it. Damn, you got it? You got it, Green? One of y'all had it. I ain't picked that shit up. I'll let someone else pick it up. Alright. Trying to kill me? Dondada? Trying to kill me? Oh shit. Gotta slide back towards the game. Well, that's yeah, right. Throw a fucking clip in this nigga. Good shit, good shit. Good shit. Up top, you saying? Yep. Yep, it sure is. It sure is. They're dropping down, though. Watch it. Who that? Ready that? Say that. Damn, he was laying down on the floor right there. Wow, he's laying down on the floor, GG. He did a slide, Yo, he was putting in that work. All right, they're outside. They're coming in, daughters. They're coming in, same thing. Same door. They're coming in. He's in the corner, same corner. Shit, I'm dead. Outside. They're outside. nigga. Yo, there's another one. It's the whole team. Dang, man. I dropped one too. I dropped one over there. This is crazy, Dandada. Dang, GG. All right, where we at with it? Where we at with it? Where we at with it? We on Lodi or something? Shit. I guess so. Oh yeah, all right. Well, I'm on Lodi, I said, nigga. And I'm on Lodi, nigga. Let's go. Come get your shit. What we need? There's a box right here. We can buy station. I was on Lodi, Dandada. Did somebody dead? Did someone kill you on Lodi? Hold up, Dandada. Let me find out. Let me find out. Oh shit! Run! Enemy down. Enemy down. Enemy down. Enemy down. It has to. Oh! I got him. I ain't gonna let him do that to you. I will never let him do that to you. I will never let him do that to you. Pink by your back. Pink by your back. Pink by your back. I pressed it on. I see. Seven-piece McNugget going crazy. Damn. Are we good? good, done. Calm down, calm down. Wait to the end, wait to the end, wait to the end, wait to the end. Let them. Shit, we're gonna have to go across anyway. What the fuck? That nigga ran in us. Oh. Oh! What the fuck? I got stuck. Yo, Dundada. That's some bullshit. That was us, done. Yo, that game was a little hectic though, for real, for real. Nah, that shit was crazy, done. Run that back. Yo, y'all niggas add me, Dundada. I don't know if I sent y'all an invite, but y'all make sure y'all add me. Play again, Dundada. Damn, y'all niggas got me as a friend. You squad. Alright, add us as friends, add us and shit. Now it's gonna play again in 5 seconds, bro. You just stay here. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. Let's see. Yeah. What's poppin'? What's the other gig? What's the other ones? Dundada. Oh, you don't know though? It's because I added you. Yeah, it's because I added you. Smart thinking. You see what the fuck I told them to do it too. I think I added them too though. I had audios. Don't lie, nigga. Go wait real quick. Let me see. Let me see real quick if I could. I'm gonna say I added them too. So if they added me back, I got them right here. Yeah, facts. Ain't none. Yeah, this is what it is. Who you talking to? Yo, what the hell? This ain't a nigga. I was just playing with him. He just be finding me in the lobby. He just be finding me in the lobbies. I mark it so we could spark it, ping it so we could stink it, drop the low so we could flock this slow. You heard? You tag it, we're bringing static. Hyenas, ow. Where we at with it? Chemical? Say that. Oh shit. Fuck, I thought that was you, bro. I don't know why I thought that nigga was you. What the fuck? I don't know why I felt that come through. That's wild crazy, nigga, because I don't even know your character. I just automatically thought that was you. Some shit. What type of shit is that? I see this thing, I'm blowing his fucking top. Oh, you back, bitch? Oh, you back, bitch? Oh, shit. I'm out. Psych! Oh, I missed. I'm trying to hit this thing with the shotgun. Let's go back, yo. Let's go back. Let's back out. That's what we got the squad, because these niggas ain't talking. It is what it is. Like, they could be putting in work, but shit, it ain't no I in team, nigga, but there's an I in win, but shit, nigga. There's an I in Iroc. Where they at? Where ganging them? Say that. Oh, they are. Doing this. Look at this dumbass. Bitch. Oh, shit. Three seconds left. Say that. Just give me a gun. Give me the closest gun possible. Oh, yeah? Yeah, run. What the fuck? This nigga ducking. Bitch. 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 Next. Next. Alright. Control, now I'm back on deck. Alright, where the gang at? Where you at? Where you at? Ah! I took his fucking. Where you at? Door. Took his head off. Trying to play with me. Wipe yourself. You bleeding. Oh, wipe yourself. You dead. Oh, where you at? I just killed your partner. Come on, bitch. You want it? Ooh, you lying. I should have armored up first. I was talking way too much shit. Let's flock them. Where they at? Where they at? So land on you? Say that? Say that? I'm here. You said land on you, bro. I'm here. No strap, no nothing. Just landed. Just here. Just here. Ping him. Ping him. Ping him. He's in the water? Where? Alright, who killed him? And who killed my partner? Shit, I need these straps. Come on, boo! That was all. They better have two people there. I was hitting that dude. They better have he better have some help. What are you talking about? Get him. How he killed me? How he hit me? That shit hit different, done. That shit hit different. Nigga backed out on us at all. Where we are? I'm on Lodi. I'm on Luddy. Where they at? Where they at? Oh, here. Here he is. There he is. There it is. There he is. There he is. Oh, you ran it? Bitch, 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 bitch. What up? What a pistol? What up? What up? Bitch. Oh, bullshit! I chased it down with a pistol. What up? Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Come on, Dundada. Come on. That's some. That was a whack game right there. Oh, what? Killer back? Killer here. Yeah, boy, Killer was there. Yeah, that's what happens. We got a half a fucking squiddy. You said you only got one more in you, Dundada? Say that, say that. Mic check, what it do? What it do, Turbo? I bet that. Say that, say that. This is tough. ¿Qué está pasando? ¿Qué tú dijiste? Ah, está bien, con tu sobrino. ¿Qué tú estás trabajando? Oh, tú estás mamando, tú estás mamando, eso es lo que tú estás haciendo, de verdad. Todo en el cuarto. I'm about to flock them down, Dundada. We're going to Bio. Vámonos. Está pericando. Vamos. Let's go. I dead. What the fuck? Fuck! That's all I get for helping him kill someone. And then, oh wow. And the turtle gets to live. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Damn. I'm in. Y'all in the submarine still? Y'all all on the submarine? I'm coming over here to chemical real quick with Green. Oh, come on, bro. Fuck. Yo, this some bullshit, done. Cause for me, I said that. Nigga, there's a whole team in chemical. There's a whole team here, bro. They on your heels too, bro. I need my gun. We ain't gonna be able to do this like this. I need to straight of that. Yeah, they did. Watch it. But they're going. Watch it. His partner. Ha! 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 Oh, watch it. Stone. Oh my god, I'm dumb as fuck. I had that. Done, data. Alright, where we at with it? Where we at with it? I'm going on top, bro. Oh, he got lucky. Fucking, ooh, he done. He fucking. What you want, Turbo? Turbo! I see what you're doing, Dada. You hiding? You need help? Oh, miss. Aha. Now come chase me and die. I dare you come down here. Oh, nigga, that's me. What? I don't play none of that. I don't play none of that, done. Who's shooting over here? Oh, I see. So many people. Where's the gang at? Alright. Ah, yeah, good shit. Good shit. Good shit, good shit. Got him. Oh, watch it. Turn around. Behind you. Atrás. Yo, don't stress. Watch it. Shoot him. Shoot him. Wow, like. What you thought? Watch it. What you thought? Watch it. Bro, they're in front of us, and you gotta shoot. Shoot. I got you. Oh shit! You talk too slow, the data. I didn't hear that. I done. I was going crazy. I'm mad they don't be having the self-deployeds. That's fucked up. They ain't give you a fucking gas miles. Shit, that shit ain't bulletproof. Oh, I don't even know. That shit hit different. That was a good one. That was alright. That was alright. Yeah. Alright, I'm done until next time. Yeah, for sure, for sure. It got real, done. I bet that. I keep showing this dude's channel, like, I don't know. That nigga's channel been popping up a lot that I run upon the dude. Like, what is his channel just popping up on my shit for?
Risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go on your wallet apps, find the warmest things, and go buy the thickest blankets. The next ice age might be just around the corner. And the trigger is much more shocking than anyone might have expected. What's even worse, we have no control over our competitor's cold future. Earth's climate has been on a wild ride for millions of years. It's been warming up, freezing over into ice ages, then heating up again to the more normal temperatures we know today. These cycles, called quaternary ice ages, are part of a much longer pattern of global freezing and thawing. For a long time, scientists thought Earth's orbit around the sun had something to do with triggering ice ages, but figuring out exactly how was tricky. Well, new research has finally connected the dots. It shows how tiny changes in Earth's tilt, water, and orbit mess with the growth and melting of huge ice sheets. This is a pretty big deal because it helps scientists understand not just what happened in the past, but also what might happen to our planet in the future. Even small shifts in how Earth moves through space can have huge effects over thousands of years. These changes control how much sunlight different parts of the planet get, which affects how ice sheets grow and shrink. Earth doesn't orbit the sun in a perfect circle. It actually follows a slightly oval-shaped path. This phenomenon is called orbital eccentricity. Since the sun isn't sitting right in the center of this oval, Earth's distance from it changes throughout the year. Plus, the oval itself slowly shifts position in space over time, which is called orbital precession. On top of that, Earth's tilt, aka obliquity, also changes slightly as our planet moves around the sun. Scientists have known for a while that these orbital quirks impact our planet's climate, causing cycles of warming and cooling. As different parts of Earth's orbit shift, they change how sunlight is distributed across the planet, influencing seasons and ice ages. These Milankovitch cycles happen roughly every 20,000, 40,000, 100,000, and even 400,000 years. The difficult part is to figure out how each of these orbital changes affects climate shifts. Earth's climate is a complicated system, with tons of factors influencing it at the same time. Modeling all these processes is no easy task. It needs huge computing power and a deep understanding of each factor's role in shaping our planet's past and future climate. There are two cycles that are super close to each other in time. Precession, which happens every 21,000 years, and the second harmonic of obliquity that happens at 20,500 years. But even though they're so close, no one has been able to directly connect either of these cycles to the end of an ice age. On top of that, for the past 800,000 years, ice ages have ended every 100,000 years, and scientists still haven't figured out what causes this pattern. To get to the bottom, researchers turned to the deep sea. They studied changes in oxygen isotope ratios found in the tiny fossilized shells of marine creatures. These tiny creatures live in the ocean, and their exoskeletons preserve clues about past climate, specifically changes in ice sheets. This allowed the researchers to track the beginning and end of ice ages over the past 800,000 years. By comparing the changes in ice sheets with Earth's orbital changes, they found an incredible pattern. The key moments when Earth moved between ice ages and warmer periods were perfectly lined up with specific relationships between precession and obliquity. It turns out that the end of an ice age, called deglaciation, is closely linked to the wave precession and obliquity online. But it's obliquity alone that seems to trigger the start of an ice age. This discovery is the key to understanding the 100,000-year cycle of ice ages. The researchers say it was always there, just waiting to be noticed. Before the discovery, people thought the timing of ice ages was more random. But this new study shows there's a clear, predictable pattern. This means we might actually be able to predict when ice ages will happen in the future. Right now, Earth's tilt is slowly decreasing, and in about 11,000 years, it'll hit its lowest point. Based on the team's calculation, the next ice age is expected to begin before then. At the same time, according to the latest reports, humans have already started pushing Earth's climate off its natural path by releasing greenhouse gases. Another thing scientists are warning about is a massive shift that's happening in the Atlantic Ocean, and it could drastically change the world's climate. The Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation is a system of ocean currents that moves warm and cold water around the planet. And right now, it is showing signs of weakening. What will happen if it collapses? Freezing temperatures in Europe, extreme weather across the world, shifting monsoons, and even an Amazon rainforest drying up. And the scariest part? Some researchers say there's a 95% chance this could happen before the end of the century. Think of the AMOC like a giant conveyor belt in the ocean. Warm, salty water from the tropics flows north towards Europe and North America. When it reaches colder areas, it cools down, becomes heavier, and sinks to the bottom of the ocean. This deep, cold water then moves southward, while fresh, warm water from the equator keeps flowing north to replace it. This system helps regulate global temperatures, keeps Europe's winters mild, and prevents the U.S. East Coast from flooding. It also controls monsoon patterns that bring seasonal rain to parts of Africa, South America, and Asia. Without it, the world's climate would look completely different. Right now, melting ice from Greenland and Antarctica, along with increased rainfall and river runoff, is dumping too much fresh water into the North Atlantic. Since fresh water is lighter than seawater, it disrupts the sinking process that keeps the AMOC moving. If too much fresh water builds up, it will mess up the entire system. And once it collapses, there will be no reversing, even if the climate later cools down. Scientists have seen two big warning signs. First of all, the warming of the ocean off the U.S. East Coast, which suggests that AMOC is already slowing down. Plus, there's a cold blob of water south of Greenland. It might be a sign of the weakening of the ocean current, and that's exactly what happens before the system fails. What would happen if the AMOC fully shut down? Europe would enter an ice age. The AMOC plays an important role in keeping Europe's winters relatively mild by bringing warm water north. If this process stopped, Europe would be plunged into deep winter. London's climate would drop by 18 degrees Fahrenheit, making it feel like northern Canada. Stockholm could get up to 54 degrees Fahrenheit colder, turning it into Siberia-like conditions. And snow and ice would cover much of northern Europe year-round. Next, monsoons would shift, leading to severe droughts. The AMOC helps regulate tropical rainfall, especially in Africa, South America, and Asia. If it collapsed, West Africa's monsoons would shift or disappear, leading to devastating droughts and a massive food crisis. The Amazon rainforest could dry up, transforming into a savanna or grassland. In India and Southeast Asia, monsoon rains would disappear, and millions of people rely on them for agriculture. The U.S. East Coast could see catastrophic flooding. With the AMOC weakening, water is already piling up along the U.S. East Coast, triggering higher sea levels and stronger hurricanes. If the system shut down, sea levels would rise by up to 3.2 feet, which would make the coastal cities more vulnerable to flooding. Finally, hurricanes and extreme storms could become even more powerful because of warmer waters along the coast.
Now, how close are we to disaster? For thousands of years, the AMOC has remained stable, but recent studies suggest it's weaker now than at any point in the past 1,600 years. Ocean temperatures are hitting record highs, and many researchers believe we are dangerously close to the tipping point. A study published in Nature claims that if greenhouse gas emissions continue at their current pace, there's a 95% chance that the AMOC will collapse before 2100.
Did you know that the Pleistocene era was a really important time in Earth's history? It's when the last ice age happened, and glaciers covered a lot of the planet. This period of time lasted for about 2.6 million years, and ended around 11,700 years ago. What's even cooler is that modern humans, like us, had actually evolved during this time, and had spread all over Earth before it ended. There were also some really fascinating animals that lived during the Pleistocene, like woolly mammoths and saber-toothed cats. Unfortunately, many of them went extinct at the end of this era. Earth has had some pretty wild weather patterns over the last 2.4 billion years. Although the planet is mostly ice-free, we now cycle in and out of the freezing ice ages. During these glacial periods, temperatures drop, and huge areas of the planet get covered in ice. It all starts with a bit of snow, which then builds up over time. The ice reflects sunlight, making things even cooler. The result? Vast glaciers that slowly move toward the equator, changing the landscape as they go. And when the ice melts, sea levels rise again, and everything changes all over again. In total, there have been at least 5 ice ages so far. The first one was so intense that the whole planet turned into a huge snowball. Right now, we're actually in the middle of an ice age, but we're currently in a temporary warm spell that started around 11,000 years ago. These warm periods are called interglacials, and we're not quite sure how long they last. There are still massive ice sheets covering Antarctica and Greenland that hold 75% of Earth's fresh water. When these finally melt, it'll mark the end of the current ice age. The Earth's temperature is affected by something called the Milankovitch cycles. Basically, the amount of heat we receive from the sun changes over years, decades, and millennia because of Earth's orbit, tilt, and axis angle. There are 3 different patterns to these cycles. The first is called eccentricity, which is all about the shape of our orbit. The second is obliquity, which has to do with the tilt of the Earth. And the third is precession, which is like a wobble as Earth spins. Depending on where we are in these cycles, we might experience colder or warmer temperatures. But other things, like the position of continents and the atmosphere, also play a role in our planet's fate. For example, our planet's orbit is not quite circular. It's actually a bit elongated, shaped almost like an egg. That means we're sometimes a little closer or farther from the sun, depending on the time of year. We call the point farthest away from the sun the apogee, and the closest point is the perigee. When we're at the apogee, we're moving away from the sun, but gravity eventually pulls us back toward it. This means our orbit changes a little each time, gradually shifting our position relative to the sun. Don't worry, even though the orbit changes over thousands of years, it doesn't have a big impact on our day-to-day lives. Changes in Earth's orbit can affect how much sunlight we get during the summer. This means that ice sheets in the northern hemisphere will melt less, and over time, they actually start to grow. As they grow, they reflect even more sunlight, which makes the climate even cooler and spreads the ice even farther. This process can last for a really long time, like 10,000 to 20,000 years, and eventually it brings the planet into its next freezing season. As for the next ice age, scientists believe it might be postponed indefinitely. They found that our human interaction with the environment, like the use of fuels, could delay the next ice age by up to 100,000 years. Earth's past ice ages were linked to the amount of solar radiation and carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere, and this research can even help us predict future cycles. It's amazing to think that our actions now could affect Earth's future for thousands of years to come. And while it's not really important when the next ice age begins, it's pretty cool to know that humans have the power to shape the future on a geological timescale. Ice ages have had a huge impact on our planet and human civilization. So it's fascinating to think how our actions now might change things, maybe even for the better. What did life look like on our planet during the last ice age, though? Well, North America, for instance, was home to some huge creatures: mammoths, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, and mastodons were just a few of them. And get this, even Europe had an 11-foot tall flightless bird that weighed almost as much as a polar bear. Meanwhile, down under in Australia, there was a giant lizard that lived in all sorts of habitats during the same time period. Even though some animals from the Pleistocene era aren't around anymore, you might recognize many of those that are still around today. In Alaska, for example, you can still find brown bears, caribou, and wolves. People just like us actually lived through the Ice Age too. Our species, Homo sapiens, has been around for about 300,000 years, and we've spread all around the world since then. Some of our ancestors stayed in Africa during the Ice Age and didn't feel the full effects of the cold, and others ventured out into other parts of the world, even into the chilly glacial environments of Europe. Our early relatives, like the Neanderthals in Europe and the mysterious Denisovians in Asia, were also around during this time. Although they seem to have gone extinct before the end of the Ice Age, it's pretty amazing to think about all those different hominids that roamed Earth during that period. What's also fascinating is how our species managed to survive the Ice Age, while some of our cousins didn't. Some experts believe that our adaptability, social and communication skills, and the use of tools played a huge role in it. And guess what? Humans didn't just hunker down during that time. We actually moved into new areas. Fossilized footprints found at White Sands National Park in New Mexico prove that humans have been in North America since at least 23,000 years ago. That's close to the peak of the last Ice Age. While a full-blown Ice Age might still be far away, there is a possibility of a mini Ice Age coming our way. Some scientists believe that in about 10 years, we might experience a significant drop in solar activity, leading to colder temperatures in the northern hemisphere. This could result in conditions similar to the Little Ice Age in the late 17th century, when the Thames River in the UK froze over. While scientists aren't quite sure what caused that cooling, it's fascinating to think about the potential changes. We've done it before, so we know that humans will most likely survive the next real Ice Age, even if we don't manage to figure out a way to stop the next freezing era. But it would come at a high cost. All the ice that would cover most of the northern hemisphere would have to come from oceans, which would cause the sea level to drop. This could mean more land for some countries, but it would also create other problems. Sea levels going down might seem like a great thing at first, but actually, it could lead to some challenges. Having been covered with salt water for thousands of years, the new land might not be very fertile. This means it wouldn't be great for growing crops, and we'd have to find other ways to feed ourselves. Back when humans first started out, there weren't many of us, and there was plenty of food. Now, with over 7 billion people on the planet, it's a different story. We'll need to be resourceful to make sure everyone has enough food to eat.
Yep, there's ice all around, as far as the eye can see. A white desert covers the entrance to your cave, the one where you and a bunch of other settlers live. Everyone's gathered around a fire pit, trying to keep warm, telling each other stories about how much snow they saw the other day. Some are running around playing tag, throwing sticks, whatever people used to do for fun 300,000 years ago. You're one of the earliest Homo sapiens to ever walk the earth. Others are sleeping or just resting their eyes. All around the cave, all you can hear are stomachs rumbling, sounds like a wild animal lurking around. You look out the mouth of the cave and see that the storm has cleared. Time to grab some tools and head out as a group. In the open wilderness, you find some berries covered in snow and plants that might be edible. But it's not enough to feed the whole tribe. It's the Ice Age, and there's not much vegetation growing anywhere. One of your friends spots some large footprints in the snow. The chase is on. You can't tell what it is, but it should be enough to feed everyone for a couple of days. As you go deeper into the snow-covered forest, you hear a growl behind you. You hope it's your stomach, but you look behind you and suddenly black out. An ice age is a period when large sheets of ice cover everything, changing the Earth permanently. It's partly responsible for the raising and lowering of sea levels, as well as the current layout of the continents. Picture monster-thick ice sheets spread across what's now Canada, Scandinavia, Russia, and even South America. That's all caused sea levels to change drastically, and temperatures around the world fell dramatically. And I'm not talking about just one ice age. There were a bunch of them. Scientists say there have been 5 major ice ages throughout history, lasting for millions of years. And we're in the middle of one right now. Relax, don't panic. It doesn't mean we're all going to be sleeping next to bonfires, trying to keep warm after being out all day looking for woolly mammoths. And no, there won't be a massive geological ice storm that freezes everything in its path. Ice ages have warmer periods in them that come and go, lasting for tens of thousands of years. In fact, billions of years ago, the Earth was one giant snowball with no life on it. And the sun back then was also just a cute little fireball without enough heat to melt all that ice. But as the sun got bigger and hotter, Earth's ice slowly melted away, leaving the green and blue ball we have today. We're living in the Quaternary Ice Age that's been going on for the past 2.6 million years and counting. Some animals have thrived in this latest ice age, like whales and sharks. They've been at the top of the food chain for ages. Under them are seals, certain kinds of fish, otters, all the way down to tiny plankton. Up on the cold surface, mammals had to grow thick and shaggy fur just to stay warm. Ancient mammoths, rhinos, and bison were known to have thick rubs on them. They looked awesome. They were herbivores and ate small shrubs and whatever grass they could find. But several thousand years ago, temperatures began to rise, and most of these animals became extinct. The ones that remained evolved into the elephants, hippos, and rhinos we have today.
You love our legendary subs, so you'll love our legendary new Doritos footlong nachos. Doritos and Subway, 2 legends come together.
Legends, even legends. All right.
Yes, thank you. Doritos footlong nachos, just $5, only at Subway. Elevate your space with up to 60 days of fragrance with great max control. Adjustable scent for any size room. S.C. Johnson. Get an instant online offer to sell your car at CarMax. CarMax, the way car sellers should be.
Stop advertising your servers to archaeologists on site surveys. Start marketing to the right people by targeting industries and functions on LinkedIn.
When the world gives them setbacks, science needs them facts. And when your vet delivered life-altering news, science delivered life-changing nutrition. How's prescription diet? Science did that.
You wake up from your blackout and find yourself face to face with a creature that kind of looks like a modern-day bobcat, except it's much bigger and furrier. It's a Smilodon, an epic version of a saber-toothed cat with a mean look. It's around the same size as a male lion, and its two front fangs that make me think twice before leaving the safety of my cave. They look scary, but scientists think their bite wasn't as powerful as today's tigers or lions. What made them tough were their giant forearms used to wrestle down anyone who got on their nerves. In packs, they were even able to take down mammals. Either way, you don't want to be waking up next to this kid. It's staring you down, ready to pounce, but you and your friends keep calm and slowly back off. You get the genius idea to throw a rock to distract it, then run. Nowadays, it's near impossible for a human to outsprint a lion or tiger, but humans back then were much fitter. Once the danger's over, everyone continues to look for food. It's getting dark, and you haven't found anything to bring back to the cave. Suddenly, you smell something burning. Way off in the distance, you see a thick column of smoke rising into the sky. Another settlement? You and your friends look at each other and approach the smoke cautiously. Homo sapiens first came into being about 200 or 300 years ago, but human history didn't just pop up out of nowhere. As far back as 7 million years ago, some of us decided to call it quits. We left our chimpanzee ancestors in the jungle and started doing our own thing. And that didn't just happen once. Over those next millions of years, there were over 20 different human species. Some were our ancestors, some were twigs from a completely different branch. Some were tiny, others better adapted for hot or cold weather. Before you know it, you see a group of Neanderthals cooking some meat, sharpening their tools. Neanderthals were the first to migrate to Europe. Scientists believe they were around somewhere between 40,000 to 400,000 years ago. They occupied all areas between Europe and Asia, while Homo sapiens, that's us, were still all the way down in Africa. You enter their camp and immediately see the differences between each other. They're stocky and look a bit different, but there are some similarities, like flat teeth for chewing and gnawing, and big skulls for their big brains. They even have clothes on, like you. According to archaeologists, they lived in shelters and made tools out of stone, sticks, and bones. They welcome you inside and give you a tour like no other. You're officially meeting another human species. They take you inside their cave and show you some of their cave paintings. They were the first artists of their time. Many of their galleries are still around today, like the ones in caves in Spain. You know their style, minimalist paintings of deer, a large handprint. They also dabbled a bit in jewelry making. They made necklaces out of eagle talons and animal fangs. They were also probably the first ones to harness the power of fire. Did they discover it when a bolt of lightning hit a tree? Or when one of them dropped a rock on another rock, creating a spark? No one really knows. But they were able to recreate it and use it to keep warm, to cook food, to see in the darkness, and to protect themselves. After the nice tour, you hang around the campfire to keep warm. They even offer you some extra clothes for the journey home, mostly thick, shaggy mammoth coats. If only you could talk to each other, that would be awesome. But it's getting dark, and you need to head back to the tribe. You say your goodbyes and thank them for teaching you how to draw a deer, and for that sack of food they gave you. The Ice Age was important for the development of the modern Homo sapiens. Because of the extreme cold and other harsh conditions, they had to adapt to survive, be extra clever and innovative. They developed advanced tools and even used bone needles to sew warm clothing. They may have hosted the first ever one-way show. When the climate started to get warmer, they developed farming techniques to sustain themselves and mainly settled near large bodies of water like rivers or lakes, while others opted to be near seas and oceans. They, I mean we, were even the first to domesticate animals. Fast forward a few 100,000 years, and here we are.
Hey, want to take a wild trip back in time to the Jurassic or Cambrian era? Trust me, it's going to be a wild ride, but surviving in those ancient environments would require some serious skills. At the start of the Cambrian era,
The air would be as thin as at the base camp of Mount Everest, but the climate was actually pretty chill and consistent back then. However, there was one teeny tiny problem. No land plants or animals to feast on. So forget about firing up the grill for a juicy steak. Instead, you'd have to come up with creative ways to catch trilobites and other funky looking shellfish. Good luck finding a spear without any wood or a fishing net without any plant fibers. And get ready to eat them raw, unless you can figure out how to extract oil from these creatures or burn dry seaweed. But wait, if you're looking for a more comfortable existence, you've got to travel to 100 million years ago, to the Silurian period. Here, things start to get a bit easy. The air is still thin, but there's a bit more oxygen to go around. Plus, the climate is warmer and cozy. Simple land plants have finally made their debut. Not only that, but the first bony fish also show up on the scene. So you might actually find something more palatable to munch on. Just watch out for those prehistoric millipedes and spider-like creatures that share the land with you. They might not be the best dinner companions.
Gemini, struggling here. Any tips? You swim. Aim for about an inch behind the ball. Here goes nothing. Did you see that? Sounds like it worked. Let me know if I can help with anything else.
Want to take the next step with Entivio? Then it's time to talk to your healthcare provider. With Entivio, you immediately pay as little as $5 per dose. Plus, our team can help connect you with additional support programs.
Dunkin' Refreshers. Available in pineapple. All new tropical Baja and the strawberry dragon fruit. Intermediate for $3. That's refreshing. That neighbor is screaming. Salad was the most famous person on earth for a while.
Wonder what the problem is.
I just anybody asked breakfast. Finally, Sally will be celebrated for who she really was. Proud's dream of flying in space. Unbelievably, that dream came true.
Yeah, it all sounds fun and feasible, but let's talk a bit more about this crazy idea of instant transportation. If you magically appeared at a different time, the first thing you'd have to worry about is the amount of oxygen in the air. Now, looking at that fancy graph up there, it's pretty clear that oxygen levels used to be super low before about 0.85 billion years ago. Like, we're talking just a few percent of the atmosphere. And there wasn't even any O2 in the air until this event called the Great Oxygenation happened about 2.3 billion years ago. So if you ended up back then, survival would totally depend on how fit you are. If the oxygen concentration was less than 10%, you'd probably pass out, but not pass away. If it was just above 10%, you might be able to function, but you wouldn't exactly be living your best life. Based on oxygen alone, it seems like you could survive if you showed up around 0.75 billion years ago, give or take a few million years. Now let's talk about the cool stuff on land. The first land plants didn't show up until around 450 million years ago during the Ordovician period. Before that, there were some large algae hanging around, mostly in the range of 500 to 600 million years ago. But there wasn't a whole lot going on until those land plants came along. Other forms of life didn't start showing up on land until closer to 300 to 400 million years ago. But there was this critter, a myriapod, that lived around 428 million years ago, and it was one of the earliest land dwellers. I mean, if you lived back then, you'd have to come up with fancy recipes featuring myriapods. Not exactly mouth-watering. Don't worry if you find yourself back in time before all that land action. Around 500 to 600 million years ago, the oceans were teeming with life. There were these creatures called the Ediacaran fauna, and there were some of the first well-preserved organisms. Some of them probably hung out in the shallow areas near the shore, so you might be able to get your hands on them for a meal. But remember, there weren't any land plants yet, so you'd probably have to eat them raw and with no potatoes on the side. You'd have a sort of prehistoric sashimi on your plate.
Now, around 500 million years ago, things started to get really interesting in the oceans after something called the Cambrian explosion. If you ended up in the Cambrian period, you'd have all sorts of weird animals to catch in the coastal zones. Check out the fossils from the Burgess Shale for some wild ideas. Look at these brachiopods, arthropods, and even worm-like critters. But again, no woolly land plants at this point, so your meals would mostly consist of raw arthropods and algae. Alright, let's dive into the nitty-gritty of ice ages. It's when the Earth gets super chilly for a ridiculously long time, like millions and millions of years. This causes giant ice sheets and glaciers to spread all over the place, covering massive areas of the planet's surface. Believe it or not, our planet has experienced at least 5 major ice ages. The very first one happened about 2 billion years ago and lasted for 300 million years. The most recent ice age kicked off at around 2.6 million years ago, and we're technically still in it. So, we're in the middle of an ice age, but we're not currently living in an icy wonderland. That's because we're currently in an interglacial period. During an ice age, temperatures go through ups and downs. When it's warmer, those ice sheets and glaciers start to melt, creating what we call interglaciers. And when it gets colder, they expand again, which we call glaciers. So right now, we're enjoying the warm interglacial period of the most recent ice age, which kicked off around 11,000 years ago. When people mention the ice age, they're usually talking about the last glacial period that started around 150,000 years ago and ended roughly 11,000 years ago when our current interglacial period began. During that glacial period, things were way cooler than they are now. At its peak, when ice sheets covered most of North America, the average global temperature was about 46 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a whole 11 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than today's global average temperature. That temperature difference may not seem like much, but it was enough to turn most of North America and Eurasia into ice-covered landscapes. The Earth was also a lot drier, and sea levels were quite low because most of the water was trapped in those ice sheets. We're talking vast steppes, dry, grassy plains as far as the eye can see. And let's not forget about the savannas, warm, grassy plains and deserts that were also part of the icy sea. During the Ice Age, there were some familiar critters roaming around, like brown bears, caribou, and wolves. But there were also some mega cool creatures that sadly went extinct when the Ice Age came to an end. We're talking mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, and giant ground sloths. Now, there are a bunch of theories floating around about why these magnificent beasts bit the dust. One idea is that us humans hunted them into extinction when we crossed paths with these megafauna. Our species, Homo sapiens, actually survived the Ice Age. We've been kicking it on this planet for around 300,000 years now, starting out in Africa and then spreading our awesomeness all over the globe. Some of our ancestors stayed put in Africa and didn't experience the full icy effects. Others ventured into different parts of the world, even braving the freezing cold of Europe's glacial environments. But we weren't the only ones out there. At the beginning of the Ice Age, there were other hominids, our closer relatives, scattered across Eurasia. We had the Neanderthals chilling in Europe, and the mysterious Denisovans hanging out in Asia. Sadly, both of these groups seem to have vanished before the Ice Age wrapped up. Now, there are countless theories about how our species managed to survive the Ice Age while our hominid buddies didn't make it. Some believe it's because we're ridiculously adaptable and use our social skills, communication, and nifty tools to our advantage. And get this, humans didn't just hunker down during the Ice Age. Nope, we explored new territories and made ourselves at home. For the longest time, folks thought humans didn't set foot in North America until after the ice sheets started melting. Fossilized footprints discovered at White Sands National Park in New Mexico prove that humans have been rocking it in North America for at least 23,000 years, right around the peak of the last Ice Age.
If an asteroid like Apophis hits Earth, we will be destroyed. Massive earthquakes will strike, and tsunamis will flood everything. Apophis Apophis is a billion-year-old celestial body that has been in the solar system since its inception. So you might be thinking, well, how likely is it that this giant space dome will collide with our planet in 2029? Well, let's find out, shall we? Apophis is a big, bad asteroid discovered in 2004 by the Kitt Peak National Observatory in Arizona. Since then, it has proudly held the title of one of the most dangerous asteroids ever located. It's around 1,100 feet wide, which is a bit bigger than the Empire State Building and the Eiffel Tower. Because of how scary it is, it was named Apophis, like the Egyptian immortal creature that was considered to bring eternal darkness and destruction to Earth. Oh boy. In 2021, researchers had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to study this floating rock when it passed near our planet, and we'll come back to that in a minute. Now, some scientists say that there is a small chance of Apophis hitting the Earth on Friday, April 13, 2029. The Yarkovsky effect is to blame for this, since it can slightly nudge this space rock towards Earth. This effect originates from the uneven emission of thermal photons from a rotating celestial object, resulting in a fascinating force exerted upon it in space. These emitted photons possess momentum and play a pivotal role in shaping the dynamics of the body. The asteroid has two sides, light and dark, just like the moon. The light side faces the sun and is warmer than the dark side. But the thing also turns, so the sides constantly change direction and temperature. This change could be detrimental because it slightly pushes Apophis toward Earth. Unfortunately, nobody knows how the Yarkovsky effect will influence the asteroid's path. On the other hand, on the asteroid's last flyby of Earth in 2021, astronomers used radar to take accurate measurements of its trajectory and confidently concluded Apophis will safely miss Earth in 2029 by about 20,000 miles and won't bother us again for at least 100 years. Now, generally speaking, every 8,000 years, our planet is hit by a falling star that has similar dimensions to those of Apophis. The last time we were hit by a slightly smaller meteor was in 2013. A new spacecraft developed by NASA called the OSIRIS-REx was launched in 2016 to collect samples from another slightly less terrifying celestial body called Bennu. 4 years later, it finally arrived at the thing, got some samples, quickly said goodbye to Bennu, and started traveling back towards Earth. The samples were safely stored in a capsule dropped in Utah. So far, this has been the most significant sample ever taken from an asteroid. After the delivery, the spacecraft didn't waste any time and started chasing Apophis. Now, OSIRIS-REx has been renamed to OSIRIS-APEX and is currently playing tag with Apophis. With some luck, on the 2nd of April 2029, when the asteroid zips close by Earth, the spacecraft will reach Apophis and land right. It will stay on Apophis for 18 months, collecting valuable information and taking thousands of pictures. The asteroid will be monitored with the help of powerful telescopes. At some point, Apophis will get too close to the sun, and then all the monitoring work will be on Osiris' apex back. If you live in Europe, West Asia, or Africa, you're one of those lucky people who will have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see Apophis with the unaided eye. It'll be visible in the sky in these regions in 2029, and those who have telescopes will be able to spot it once again in 2036. OSIRIS-APEX will experience some problems because the asteroid has a thick crust, and the spacecraft won't be able to collect data as easily as it did with Bennu. OSIRIS-APEX has a unique thruster that will blow all the dust from Apophis while landing. This will be a perfect chance to analyze the surface of the asteroid to see what it's made of. The craft will spend 1.5 years mapping the asteroid, trying to detect changes in its shape. All this research will show how the celestial body is likely to move so we can better design plans to protect Earth from such things. In 2025, NASA is also going to launch the mission Apophis Pathfinder, and it will be the first spaceship to ever touch this asteroid. It will land approximately a year after its launch. Also, NASA has proposed sending a swarm of tiny craft into space to help humanity develop effective protective tactics against asteroid strikes. We know that Apophis originated in the primary asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. In the past million years, this celestial body has changed its path because of the considerable influence of Jupiter's gravitation. Now it seems like it favors the sun more, meaning this asteroid will come very close to Earth. That's why it's classified as a near-Earth celestial body. A lot of tests and research have been done to find a way to deal with asteroids. Some solutions include drilling and detonating the space body from inside, or testing new technologies, like attaching rockets to it and trying to steer it away from Earth. We can also hit it with something moving at high speeds to make it change its course. Apophis is an S-type asteroid made of rocks and minerals like iron and nickel, and is shaped like a peanut. It can tell us a lot about the past and possibly the future. Sampling the space object could reveal how life on Earth began and how plants appeared. There are many theories that suggest that water arrived on our planet on an asteroid or a comet. Asteroids are like priceless time capsules. Unlike rocks on Earth, which have undergone thousands of changes like erosion, most celestial bodies are still intact and much easier to study. When meteors fall on Earth, they get covered in debris that's impossible to clean. That's why studying Apophis while it's still in space is so important. Also, some asteroids are made of precious metals like platinum. Right now, we have a high demand for metals that we use in production, and mining metals on Earth is quite tricky. Just one large meteor might have iron, nickel, gold, and platinum that could last us millions of years. If Apophis has this amount of metals, well, we want to break it down and bring it back to Earth. One space rock could be worth quadrillions of dollars, making space mining highly profitable. And still, it would cost us more to get it back to Earth than to dig up these materials here. As technology progresses and new kinds of rockets are developed, this might become possible at some point. So, even though we're safe for the next 100 years from Apophis, we probably still want to see what would happen if something like it did impact. Come on, sure you do. Well, first let me tell you, you'll hear the sound of the collision and know what's happened even if you're miles away. You should leave your house or apartment immediately. Shortly after the impact, massive earthquakes will strike and many tall buildings will fall. So, staying away from cities might be your best option if you have a choice. But don't escape by car. There will be massive traffic jams and everyone will panic. Going on foot or by bike is your best option in this scenario. The highway of transportation will be traveling by plane. So if you've always wanted to get that pilot license, now you've got a good excuse. If you have time, take along extra snacks and water and an extra pair of socks. It's nice to live by the ocean or the sea, but in this scenario, it's the worst place to be because giant tsunami waves will hit coastlines after the impact. If you live far away from the impact area, the tsunami might take 30 hours to arrive. You'll have a bit of time to prepare.
Imagine you're looking up at the sky on a clear night, and you see all those beautiful stars twinkling up there. Well, one of them is Betelgeuse, a celebrity among the stars. If you want to catch a glimpse of it, look up at the Orion constellation. It low-key looks like an archer holding a bow, and you can spot Betelgeuse as the reddish-orange dot on their shoulder. It's one of the brightest stars in the sky, so it's hard to miss. Betelgeuse is not an ordinary star. First of all, it's gigantic, up to 1,000 times the size of our sun. Can you imagine that? It's so enormous that if we could somehow replace our sun with Betelgeuse, it would engulf all the inner planets, including Earth. And here's another fun fact. When we look at Betelgeuse, we're actually looking back in time. Yep, you heard it right. Betelgeuse is about 600 light years away from us, so the light we see today actually left the star 600 years ago. It has quite a history. This star has been shining brightly for millions of years.
Long, long ago, even before smartphones and telescopes, ancient Sumerians were the first to spot Betelgeuse in the sky, and it's been a diva this entire time. For example, in 1866, Betelgeuse became one of the brightest stars in the night sky. It was so dazzling that people could see it even during the day. Astronomers all around the world went bananas documenting this extraordinary event. Since then, Betelgeuse has been playing hide and seek with us. It all started when Betelgeuse started to dim back in 2019. Since then, it likes to dim and brighten sporadically. But these changes in brightness tell us about something important. As we mentioned, Betelgeuse was always a bit of a troublemaker. It's been living a fast and furious life. Because of that, it has been burning its fuel at an incredibly fast rate. The changes in the star's brightness are clues that Betelgeuse is approaching the end of its life cycle. The drama intensified when the Hubble Space Telescope snapped jaw-dropping images of Betelgeuse, like it was getting ready to blow its top. All this made scientists think that the star is close to retiring in a dramatic way. It's about to go supernova. So picture a star partying hard, powered by the fusion of hydrogen atoms. It's like the star's own energy drink. But just like any party, the fuel starts to run out. That's when things get interesting. As the star guzzles up its hydrogen fuel, it slowly begins to run on empty. It can't sustain itself anymore. So now, it's time for the grand finale. This finale is called supernova. The star collapses in on itself like a deflating balloon. The pressure and temperature inside skyrocket to mind-boggling levels, and this celestial tantrum triggers a colossal bang. So you can see why observing Betelgeuse is like having a front row seat to the spectacular drama. But here's the big question. When will this happen? Well, the answer is not as simple as setting a timer. You see, stars have their own schedules, and Betelgeuse is no different. It could be tomorrow, or it could be thousands of years from now. Scientists have come up with only a rough estimate. They believe that Betelgeuse will go supernova within the next 100,000 years. Quite a spread, huh? Sure, that sounds like forever to us, tiny humans. But in the vastness of the universe, it's just a blink of an eye. But there's a chance, just a tiny chance, that Betelgeuse could surprise us all and go supernova much sooner. Considering its dips in brightness, we might be in for a show within the next few hundred years. We'll just have to wait and see. Now, if Betelgeuse does go kaboom, what will happen? We'll get ready for a show like no other, folks. When a star collapses under its own weight, it unleashes a cosmic firework of epic proportions. The star releases a crazy amount of energy in the form of light and heat. Betelgeuse's supernova is going to be extra special. It's like the superstar of supernovas. It will shine so brightly, it might even outshine the other stars in the sky. Picture that, Betelgeuse stealing the spotlight. The show could be so bright that you won't need a telescope to catch a glimpse. Nope, you'll be able to see it with a naked eye. It might even be visible during the day, making the sky look like it's hosting the coolest rave ever. After that, supernova will keep us entertained for weeks. It will be like having a second moon in the sky, shining as bright as the full thing. Imagine that, two moons dancing together in the night. After several weeks of lighting up the night sky, Betelgeuse's supernova will slowly fade away, but it would leave behind a souvenir, an ethereal remnant. It's like a fading memory of the star's epic performance. This remnant, too, would slowly fade away over the course of several months. But it's not just about the light show. The boom will send out powerful shockwaves, and we might actually feel them right here on Earth. It's like the universe giving us a gentle tap on the shoulder, saying, hey, look at this amazing spectacle. How dangerous will it be for us? Well, we know that Betelgeuse's supernova would send dust and gas shooting into the atmosphere. It's like a big space sneeze, and this sneeze can cause a decrease in global temperatures. We're talking serious climate event here. It could even lead to a mini ice age. But these are just assumptions. We don't know for sure if the consequences will really be that serious.
Say hello to Sarah Lee Haslows. Half loaves, great fit, realize great size, less waste, all taste, more flavors, just savor. First bite right. Brand new, all you. Give a little Sara Lee love.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience.
Every day, nature made to care for you every day.
It ain't my dad's razor, Dad. Hey, watch. It's from Gillette Labs. This green bar releases trapped hairs from my face. Game changer. It'll flex this contours to it. And the 5 precision blades finish the job for the ultimate Gillette shaving experience. The best man can get is Gillette Labs.
Travel. It's gone from being an adventure to a checklist. But the world is still full of wonder. You just need a better way to find it. Introducing Airbnb experiences. Master ramen with an award-winning chef. Dive into underground jazz with renowned pieces. Or see what's wrong with her. She will next one. Don't just see it, please. Experience it.
But, of course, we want to be prepared for this event just in case. That's why scientists are studying Betelgeuse closely. But, in addition to serious scientific research, astronomers also have a blast of celestial comedy. Jokes are flying left and right. Someone has even created a Betelgeuse status account, which you can check yourself. So, as you can see, the star is keeping us on our toes. Astronomers keep observing it. They need our help too. They want us to keep an eye on Betelgeuse and report any changes we see. How do you do that? First off, channel your inner astronomer and observe Betelgeuse. Take a peek at the star and note down what you see. Is it twinkling, shining, or feeling a bit dim? Jot it all down. Then be a superstar yourself and report your observations to the astronomers. Your observations will help them track Betelgeuse's journey towards its big supernova moment. You can also join in on some citizen science projects. They're super fun and easy, trust me. One cool project you can jump into is the Betelgeuse Brightness Monitor. By participating, you help scientists keep tabs on how bright Betelgeuse is shining. Your contribution can make a real difference. So join the monitoring team. You'll be part of something amazing, and who knows, your observations might even help predict when Betelgeuse will show off its supernova magic. By doing that, we can assist them in monitoring this superstar and learn more about the fascinating world of stars. But that's how we can help scientists to predict this event. Now, how can you personally prepare for it? First things first, you'll need the right gear to catch all the supernova action. A trusty telescope is like your front row ticket to the starry show. It'll bring you up close and personal with Betelgeuse's performance. And remember, you'll need special eyewear to shield your eyes from the intense burst of light. Safety first. And of course, prepare in case he decides to mess with our climate. Stock up on essentials like warm clothes and supplies just in case we experience a mini ice age. But let's just hope it won't happen. So keep your eyes on the night sky, my friends. Betelgeuse may not be ready to blow up just yet, but when it does, it will be a sight to behold. Until then, let's enjoy the twinkling stars. And remember, there's always something extraordinary happening in the vastness of space.
You look up and see a bright orange flash in the sky. A bit later, you hear a boom so loud, the window panes around you burst into pieces. And then you see it. A giant piece of space rock burning high above your head, heading for Earth. When it touches the surface, the explosion leaves behind an enormous crater. It's 12 miles deep and as wide as Lake Michigan. After that, 3/4 of all living organisms on our planet are on the edge of survival. This event took place about 66 million years ago, and the bright flash in the sky was the very asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. These days, people have many ways to protect themselves, like we could hide in bunkers deep underground and survive. Such bunkers would already come in handy, since there are many asteroids in the sky, and some of them are just waiting for their ticket to Earth to wreak some havoc. For example, the asteroid 1990 MU. In 2027,
It'll come alarmingly close to our planet. Many people fear that Earth's gravitational pull will trap the rock, which is the size of 2 Brooklyn bridges. In this case, it'll start to move closer and eventually crash into the planet's surface. Such an impact would cause a shock wave that would be felt on other continents. Once the asteroid hit the ground, there would be an explosion. It'd be so bright, people would think a new sun appeared right here on Earth. The collision would release a huge amount of energy that would then turn into heat. Everything around the impact site would catch fire. And if the asteroid fell in the water, it would cause tsunami waves higher than the Empire State Building. Many coastal cities would be flooded. The dust that would rise after the explosion would cover the sun. The world would be plunged into darkness. If the dust stayed in the air long enough, the climate on the planet would change, and Earth would start to freeze. If you think such a small meteorite can't cause serious damage, look at the Chelyabinsk meteor. It hit the Earth in the winter of 2013. When the space rock entered the atmosphere, people miles away heard a loud bang. The brightly burning object was approaching the surface at about 11 miles per second. Halfway through the flight, it split into several pieces. This caused several stronger shock waves. When the meteorites hit the ground, it caused a major earthquake, and the aftershock from the explosions shattered the windows of 5,000 buildings. People in 6 cities around the crash site felt the after effects of the fall, and this meteorite was only 60 feet wide. Fortunately, the asteroid 1990 MU will move past our planet. We'll be safe. Whew! But the next asteroid to approach Earth is going to be 3 miles wide. It's called 3122 Florence. If this giant hit our planet, it could wipe entire continents off the face of the Earth. In 2017, this space rock got awfully close to us. It could be seen in the sky even with a small telescope. Now, the next asteroid is the biggest one to worry about, 1999 JM8. It's about as wide as Manhattan, and it has an unnerving habit of approaching Earth a bit too close for everyone's liking. A small asteroid named 2020 VT4 got closer to our planet than all others have ever done. In November 2020, it flew over the Pacific Ocean at an altitude a bit smaller than the distance from Los Angeles to Las Vegas. That space rock was about the size of a big car. If it did make it to Earth's atmosphere, it would burn up completely before touching the ground. Falling asteroids and meteorites aren't uncommon on our planet. Luckily, most of them burst into flames and burn up before they enter the atmosphere. Mars is to blame for such frequent meteor showers. The planet isn't far from the main asteroid belt in the solar system. Sometimes the gravitational pull of the red planet grabs asteroids from there. Then Mars spins them around and flings them in our direction, just like a slingshot. So Mars is a bully. Good thing we're protected by Jupiter. It's the largest planet in our solar system, and it has an incredibly strong gravitational field. It keeps the asteroid belt in line and protects us from being constantly hit by a rain of meteorites. And that's good news, considering Ceres is in the asteroid belt. This enormous space rock is so big that it was once considered to be a planet. Then, for many years, scientists called Ceres an asteroid. But in 2006, it was finally classified as a dwarf planet. This space object contains a third of the total mass of the asteroid belt, which is about 4% of the moon's mass. If Earth were as large as a nickel, Ceres would be about the size of a poppy seed. So, what if an asteroid several miles across was heading toward our planet and people had to stop it? Well, we couldn't break the space rock into smaller pieces. A massive explosion could be used to do this. People wouldn't even need to land on the giant asteroid. Getting close to its surface would be enough. Boom! A powerful burst of energy would split the asteroid into several large pieces and tons of debris. The smallest rocks would burn in the heat released in the blast, and it would also change the asteroid's trajectory. The larger fragments would burn up while entering the atmosphere. All witnesses of this unusual meteor shower would have a chance to admire a beautiful fire show. Another means of protection could be a kinetic battering ram. Simply put, it would be a huge object that people would send towards the asteroid approaching Earth. Or it could be a heavy spaceship.
This is the method scientists produce to prevent the asteroid Apophis from falling to Earth. This die is 1,200 feet across and often passes by our planet, coming as close as 19,000 miles above Earth's surface. The asteroid is going to pass close to our planet again in 2029, and there is a possibility that in 3036 it might crash into the Earth. If it happened, the explosion would leave a crater more than 3 miles across. Within 6 miles of the impact zone, all buildings and subway tunnels would be crushed or severely damaged. The event would also trigger a powerful earthquake. In the area of 30 miles away from the crater, car windows and window panes in houses would be shattered. And 75 miles away from the impact site, the earthquake would move furniture and buildings. One way to stop such a catastrophe is to build a heavy spaceship. It would take off from Earth, speed up, and then ram into the asteroid with great force. This impact would alter the course of the huge space rock, and it would fly past our planet. We could also try to stop the asteroid by wrapping it in foil. This would make its surface reflective, and then solar pressure might gradually change the asteroid's trajectory. Another alternative is using the gravitational tug. In this case, we would send an unmanned spaceship, large and heavy, toward the asteroid. It would fly over the space rock and slowly draw the thing closer with its gravitational pull. A small change, of course, would be enough to make the asteroid fly past our planet. Another way to protect Earth would be to build a system of giant lenses in space. Perhaps you've tried focusing sunlight with eyeglass lenses. Then you know how hot this sunlight can get. Now imagine having many giant lenses that are all directed at one point. Scientists think that focusing such a powerful beam of light on the asteroid would make the rock melt and evaporate, slowly changing its route. And one more way to protect ourselves from the asteroid would be to install several rocket engines on its surface. It would turn the space object into a rocket, and we could set its course from Earth. Rogue stars pose a much bigger danger. Like asteroids, they fly through space and can collide with anything in their path. The problem is that they have a gigantic mass, sometimes comparable to our sun's. Around 70,000 years ago, a duo of rogue stars whooshed past the sun. It didn't affect Earth, but caused some disturbance on the outskirts of the solar system. This event is likely to happen again someday. The rogue star Lisa 710, about half the mass of our sun, is moving toward our solar system right now. There's a possibility that it'll begin to grab asteroids from the outer asteroid belt and toss them at us. And then rare meteor showers you can observe these days will become a regular occurrence. But right now, this rogue star is extremely far from our world, and there's a bigger chance that it'll pass by without affecting our peaceful existence. Whoa, a wall of fire spreads around the epicenter of the impact. It burns everything in its path. The waves raised by the explosion cover large cities, and earthquakes are so strong that giant skyscrapers fall like a house of cards. So these are the possible consequences of the collision, the first interstellar object in history to visit our solar system. We discovered it in 2017, but we're still not sure what it is. An asteroid, a comet, or a spaceship of some outer space civilization. So far, scientists have named it Oumuamua. Sounds like a Hawaiian cow. Well, whatever it is, its speed is much faster than other asteroids, about 54 miles per second. At that speed, you can cross the U.S. from coast to coast in less than 3 minutes. So this asteroid could travel from Earth to the Sun in about 2 months. By comparison, our rockets can travel up to 17,000 miles per hour. The same trip across the United States would take them about 9 minutes. So many scientists speculate that this is an artificial object created by a very advanced civilization. Okay. The shape of the object supports this theory. It's long and narrow and resembles a spaceship. It's about half a mile long, way bigger than the Eiffel Tower. Scientists decided to see if Oumuamua was really some spaceship and pointed some radio telescopes at it. If the civilization on that ship had used communication or scanned us with their tech, we would have known about it. But there was complete silence. Kind of like that. Not a single radio wave.
But that doesn't disprove the theory of outer space civilization. To find out for sure, we decided to determine the weight of the object. To do that, we use light. More precisely, its reflection. You see, different materials reflect light differently. We take an unknown black stone, for example. It absorbs almost all the light, reflecting almost nothing. Check out the catalog. It's charcoal. Knowing the size and material of the object, we can determine its weight. So we need to see how much light this object reflects. And when scientists pointed their telescopes at Oumuamua, they learned that it reflects colors that match with iron and also with some solid rocks. And Oumuamua was flashing all the time, a bright flash. Then it would slowly fade, and then it would start to shine again. This means it was spinning. And it wasn't going around its axis like an arrow. It rotated chaotically, moving its edges up and down. Any artificial object or spacecraft would have been torn apart by such overloads. But Oumuamua is still intact. That means it's made of super hard materials that keep it from falling apart. And it's not hollow like a spaceship. It's one solid body. And like me. The astounding speed of this object makes it pretty mysterious. Some comets can have the same or even higher speed, but they also have a kind of rocket effect. So when the spaceship starts from the launch pad, you see fire bursting out of its engines. Every second, the rocket mixes fuel with oxygen, ignites them, and ejects them at a tremendous speed. According to the laws of physics, this is like pushing off a wall. The rocket sort of jumps up with the combustion gases it throws down. That's how the rocket creates thrust and accelerates. Comets work on a similar principle. The sun's rays hit the surface of the comet. Light elements like ice start to evaporate. That gas goes one way, the comet goes the other. Just like a rocket, the comet is pushing off evaporated gas and accelerates. This gas also forms the comet's long tail. It's as if the massive rock is dragging all this gas behind it, arguably. Or it's like a car pulls air with it when it goes at high speed. But Oumuamua is not a comet, and it doesn't have that tail, and it doesn't have the same rocket effect as a comet. So it couldn't have accelerated to that speed. But some scientists believe that Oumuamua used to have a tail. Although we discovered it in 2017, it entered our solar system in 1995, and it was hit by the sun's rays even back then. When we discovered this asteroid, it had already lost about 95% of its mass. It simply evaporated. Other scientists believe that Oumuamua got this velocity during its birth, somewhere far away in another star system or nebula. Perhaps it was a dramatic collision of some exoplanet with another cosmic object. The colossal explosive energy of the collision threw the elongated shard into outer space, or it could have been a supernova explosion. When a star reaches the end of its lifespan, it becomes a red giant. It's an inflated version of the star, hundreds of times bigger. Then it shrinks and explodes with tremendous force. The blast waves can travel many light years away from the epicenter, and it's one of the brightest events in the universe. So the supernova might have torn some exoplanet to pieces. One of them, Oumuamua, gained a lot of energy and speed and began its long journey toward Earth. This might explain why Oumuamua keeps spinning so wildly. But recently, scientists published a theory that Oumuamua may be a giant block of ice. The kind of ice we're used to is water, H2O, but Oumuamua could be nitrogen ice, N2. It may have remained intact in interstellar space for 500 million years. And when it arrived in our solar system, nitrogen ice could have reflected 2/3 of the sun's rays, so it didn't heat up as much. That explains why Oumuamua doesn't have a tail. You can find the same nitrogen ice on Pluto, as well as on Triton, one of Neptune's moons. So Oumuamua comes from a similar icy exoplanet. But we can find out for sure only by sending a space probe to it. Scientists came up with a plan for that called Project Lyra. The problem is that Oumuamua is leaving our solar system at tremendous speeds, much faster than our rockets can fly. And we need to catch up with this space rock as quickly as possible before it gets too far away. To do this, we can use a gravity maneuver. First, the space probe makes a flyby of Jupiter. It passes close to it and take advantage of its gravity to accelerate. After that, the probe will head towards the sun, and it'll fly around it as close as possible to fire like a catapult towards the space rock. The second option for reaching the asteroid is to use micro probes. We have to launch about 1,000 of them into orbit. They should be no heavier than a match. Each of them will have a light sail the size of a boxing ring. Then we'll focus a powerful laser beam from the ground onto the sail. It will allow us to accelerate the probe to about 20% of the speed of light. It shouldn't go too fast not to fly past the asteroid. It should be able to enter its orbit or land on it. But if we're too slow, Oumuamua will leave our solar system before we can catch up with it. It'll be a great experience because in the future, we'll be able to use such asteroids as a space taxi. All we have to do is enter the orbit of such an interstellar asteroid or even land on it. Then we will keep moving through space at incredible speeds without using any fuel at all. This would be a great option for traveling long distances or to deliver supplies to other star systems. So why should we be afraid of such objects? Well, a collision with an asteroid the size of Oumuamua could wipe out an entire state. If it were to hit somewhere in the ocean, it could cause waves taller than our skyscrapers. Scientists are anxious to find ways to protect us against such objects. One of them is ramming. If we spot a potentially hazardous object, we can send a spaceship towards it, pedal to the metal. The spacecraft will have to ram the asteroid at an angle that will move its trajectory just a little bit. Moving it too much on a cosmic scale would only dramatically change the asteroid's final destination, and we only need to get the asteroid past our planet. We can also create a controlled explosion on the asteroid. It's based on the same principle. The force of the explosion would have to shift the trajectory of the asteroid slightly, or smash a giant rock into smaller pieces. Asteroids up to 80 feet wide would burn up completely in our atmosphere due to friction against the air. Rocks between 80 feet and half a mile in size may not burn up completely and cause global damage. Anything larger is considered very hazardous. You think? The traditional method of science fiction is to put rocket engines on the asteroid. Then we can not only change the trajectory of the space rock, but also control it. And we can use it against other asteroids. It would be something like space balloons.
Asteroids flying around is sometimes like a fierce game of dodgeball, where you never know when some of them can go in your direction. So we can just track the situation and hope for the best. To figure out the risks, scientists from different organizations have to study the positions and paths of the asteroids that come close to our planet, especially those that are at least 0.6 miles wide. And the good news is that none of these asteroids will probably hit us for at least the next 1,000 years. Phew! To give us an idea of their power, scientists did an experiment to simulate the impact of such a gigantic asteroid. The energy released from the collision would be a mind-blowing 100,000 megatons. That's like detonating 15,000 tons of dynamite. Also, if such a big asteroid hit us, Earth would cool down significantly because of all that debris that would go into the atmosphere and block sunlight. Plants wouldn't be able to get their fuel in this case, so we'd all be in trouble, both humans and animals. Thankfully, such mammoth asteroid impacts are quite rare. The larger an asteroid, the longer it takes it to collide with Earth. For example, it's estimated that asteroids with diameters of at least 0.6 miles strike our planet about once every 700,000 years. And if we're talking about even bigger ones that are 3 miles wide, well, those are predicted to come crashing down only once every 30 million years. Yay! But hold on. Don't get too relaxed just yet. Astronomers focus on really large asteroids because those are the ones that can kind of doom our planet if they hit us. Yep, you got it right. In a dinosaur kind of way. Even if one of them didn't erase us completely, the damage would still be enormous. So, there are still some asteroids wandering around that we need to keep an eye on to see how they might evolve over time. Scientists have a model of tracking them where they focus on the parts of an asteroid's path that come close to our planet to see if the space rock poses a risk to us. And it seems there might be one asteroid, 7482, 1994 PC1, 3,600 feet in diameter that might pose some danger. It's supposed to come closer to our planet in the next 1,000 years. And when I say risky, it means there's a 0.0151% chance of it coming within one Earth-Moon distance.
It already passed by us in 2022, but we were lucky because it was far enough 1.2 million miles. I'd say we can relax when it comes to asteroid scenarios, for now. Asteroids slamming into Earth would be new for humankind, but not for the planet itself. As I said, there weren't many of those big ones, but they still had enormous consequences. The first one that comes to most people's minds is, of course, the dinosaur asteroid, as big as a mountain, that struck our home planet around 66 million years ago, near Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. It was chaotic. Global firestorms and tsunamis were all over the place. Dust was blocking out the sun, and vaporized rock released sulfur, which then led to acid rain and the acidification of the oceans. But there was an even bigger fella that came before that one. Around 2 billion years ago, a gigantic asteroid crashed into our planet and left a massive crater in South Africa. The one we know today as the Redefort crater. And it seems this asteroid might have been even bigger than we all originally thought. Twice as wide as the space rock that erased dinosaurs. The Redefort crater is confirmed to be the biggest visible crater on Earth, with a diameter of about 99 miles. It used to be even bigger when it first formed, though. Maybe even 155 to 174 miles across. It's hard to figure out its true size because the crater's been eroding for the past 2 billion years. Think of it like slicing off layers from the rim of a bowl. The diameter gets smaller with each slice. When the asteroid, 705 miles wide, that wiped away dinosaurs hit Earth about 66 million years ago, it caused massive destruction. Forest fires, acid rain, tsunamis, and so much ash and dust that it changed Earth's climate. This all made about 75% of life on our planet extinct. The asteroid that created the Redefort crater was not only bigger, but it also traveled at a higher speed, which means the consequences there would have been even worse. But it happened a long time ago, and living beings were different back then. Maybe it was some bacteria that didn't even notice that something unusual was happening. Earth is not the only one. Lots of impacts have happened across our solar system too. For example, in our close neighborhood. Yep, moving to Mercury in its massive crater called the Caloris Basin. It measures about 950 miles across, which is more than the state of Texas. There's a ring of towering mountains around the crater, which makes it look even more impressive. You can see different colors in the mosaic image of the Caloris Basin. They tell us more about the geology of the basin. The orange parts represent lava that once flooded the basin. These lava flows covered the original surface and added the specific orange hue. And after the lava flooded the basin on Mercury, smaller craters formed on top of the lava surface. These craters dug into the ground and uncovered the material hidden beneath the lava. Some of this material is blue in color, and this blue stuff could be a clue about what the original floor of the basin had looked like before the lava covered it. Venus, the hottest planet in our solar system, has a thick atmosphere that comes with a pretty good defense system against space rocks. It's so dense that it burns up most meteors before they even reach its surface. As a result, you won't see as many visible craters on Venus as on other rocky planets in our solar system. But Venus still has some scars that can tell us about some serious impacts that happened there. And one of the biggest scars we know about is Meade Crater. It's enormous, about 170 miles in diameter. The inner floor of this crater is relatively flat and kind of brighter than its surroundings. It's possible that the crater ended up filled with a mixture of melted rock after the impact, and maybe even lava from volcanic activity on Venus. Want to get an idea of what Earth might look like without its protective layer called atmosphere? You just take a look at the moon. Its surface is littered with impact craters. This Tycho is one of the craters you'll easily notice on the moon. When you look at the full moon, you can spot it as a distinct circle with bright rays that radiate outward, slightly off-center on the lower left side of the moon. This crater, 53 miles wide, has a beautiful central peak in the middle that's topped with an intriguing boulder. The size of this boulder is impressive. It would fill about half of a typical city block here on Earth. When talking about craters, we definitely can't leave out Mars. The red planet has a much thinner atmosphere than Earth. When spacecraft approach Mars, they rely on the planet's atmosphere to slow them down as they enter it. And indeed, the atmosphere helps slow spacecraft down during landing. It's still not thick enough to completely protect Mars from all those space rocks that are coming all the time. From July to September 2018, a dark spot appeared on the southern pole of Mars. It consists of two distinct patterns. A theory says that the bigger, lighter-colored blast pattern can be the result of an impact shock wave scouring the ice surface. The impact generated winds that spread out and scoured the ice. The inner blast pattern, which is darker in color, occurred because the impacting object managed to penetrate the thin ice layer. As it hit the surface, it sent dark sand and debris flying in all directions.
We're flying past the planets of our solar system. We pass by Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Then we move through dark space beyond the edge of our world. We've reached our destination. It's the Oort cloud. It's a hypothetical region around the solar system that holds tons of asteroids and blocks of ice. It's likely to be where the largest comet in human history was born. And now, it's heading toward the sun. Bernard and Ellie Bernstein was discovered totally by accident during the Dark Energy Survey. Our telescopes were pointed at distant space. Their main goal was to learn more about how the universe was expanding. Astronomers also wanted to make a more detailed map of the observable universe. Scientists analyzed over 80,000 images and found a moving object. It was alarmingly close to our home planet. Its size was an impressive 62 miles. That's about the width of Lake Michigan. It was an already active comet with a long tail. Usually, comets get a tail when they come close to the sun. The heat from the star warmed the comet's surface, and wet materials, like ice, begin to evaporate. This forms a cloud of steam and dust that stretches far beyond the comet. But Bernard and Ellie Bernstein is too far away from the sun to start heating up. This means that its surface has a different composition. It might be solid carbon monoxide. This increases the luminosity of the comet. That's why it can be observed with telescopes on Earth. We can compare Bernard and Ellie Bernstein to the largest meteorite to ever fall on Earth. About 66 million years ago, our planet was hit by a meteorite about 6 miles wide. At that time, the blast wave from the collision went around Earth several times. Tsunami waves caused by the impact were taller than the largest skyscrapers, and the energy from the explosion set huge areas on fire. Almost all living creatures, including dinosaurs and ancient fish, ceased to exist. The meteorite left a crater 3 times the size of Manhattan. The place where it fell was rich in sulfur. This substance evaporated because of the abnormal heat and gathered into massive clouds. This caused acid rains that were falling on Earth for several more weeks. Our newly discovered comet is 10 times bigger. If it were flying toward Earth, you'd see it with the unaided eye long before the impact. It looked like a moving star in the night sky. A few days before the comet reached our planet, you'd see it even during the day. You'd be able to distinguish its long tail, too. When the comet entered the atmosphere, it produced a booming sound so loud you'd hear it on the other side of Earth. At this point, the comet would begin to heat up because of friction with the air. It started burning. Countless pieces of debris would break away from the main body of the meteorite and fall to Earth. As soon as Bernard and Ellie Bernstein touched the surface of the planet, we'd see a flash so bright it outshined the sun. In a fraction of a second, a colossal amount of energy would be converted into heat. This would create the most powerful explosion in the history of our planet. It literally ripped out chunks of ground and throw them into the air. The blast wave would incinerate everything within a few hundred miles. It continued to spread in different directions, breaking and bending trees. At one point, it reached snow-capped mountains and triggered huge avalanches that would cover many villages. The blast wave would go around the planet, shattering glass and buildings on all continents. Tsunami waves would be so high they would cover entire coastal cities. The most powerful earthquake in history would break the ground and create deep cracks. After the impact, millions of tons of dust and ash would rise into the air. A giant black cloud would completely block the sun's rays. Earth would be plunged into darkness. All the debris in the air would start melting. They'd turn into liquid lava. They'd fall back to the surface, causing even more damage. The ash and dust in the air would cover the sun for several more months. During this time, the temperature on Earth would drop by several degrees. Even if they were hiding in deep shelters and bunkers, people, as well as all other living organisms on the planet, would be unlikely to survive this event. Unfortunately, Bernard and Ellie Bernstein isn't going to approach Earth. Right now, the comet is about 20 astronomical units away from the sun. That's 20 times the distance from Earth to the sun. It means the comet will soon cross the orbit of Uranus. In 2031, it'll be 11 astronomical units away from our star. That's just outside Saturn's orbit. This is going to be the closest Bernard and Ellie Bernstein will approach the Sun. Then it will begin its flight back to the edge of the solar system. But the comet is bound to return again. It'll move away from the Sun and slow down until the star's gravity pulls it back. Then the comet will make another circle around our solar system. But that will take about 3 million years. Right now, we have other meteorites to worry about. For example, 3200 Phaethon. It crosses the orbits of Mars, Earth, Venus, and Mercury. Then it goes around the Sun and comes back. This cycle takes about 523 days. Then it starts over again. This meteorite is considered potentially hazardous because it crosses Earth's orbit at 7.5 Earth-Moon distances during one of its last approaches to Earth. This 3.6-mile wide rock showered our planet with small meteors. Since the asteroid often passes by the Sun, its surface is most likely to look like the dry bottom of a mudslide. It's covered in scales and cracks as it flies past Earth. These scales break off and cause meteor showers. But the largest, potentially hazardous asteroid is the 1999 JM8. It's about the size of 77 soccer fields. It passes by Earth at 9 lunar distances. Its closest approach to our planet will happen in August 2137. If such a meteorite were to hit Earth, an entire continent could be wiped out. The rest of the world would experience massive tsunamis, but would survive the event. So naturally, scientists are thinking of ways to protect the planet from such a disaster. The first solution is a controlled Big Bang. One of the laws of physics says that if you apply some force in one direction, it will cause a reaction in the opposite direction. So if we spot an asteroid that is about to collide with Earth, we'll need to send a rocket toward it. This way, we'll produce a controlled explosion, not inside, but right above its surface. The blast will be directed upward, and the asteroid will shift downward. Even this tiny shift would be enough to change the trajectory of the asteroid, and then it'll fly past Earth. Another way is to send a heavy object, like a spaceship, toward the space bottom. Every heavy object has its own gravity, so the spacecraft will have to fly close to the asteroid, which will attract the ship to its surface, while the engines of the spacecraft will resist. The ship will start pulling the asteroid in the opposite direction. This will change the trajectory of the asteroid, and our planet will remain intact. We can also ram the asteroid with the spaceship. Ready? Or we could build a space station, like the ISS. It would be equipped with a bunch of huge magnifying lenses. We would send the station closer to the Sun and start looking for potentially hazardous asteroids. Then, we point the little lenses so that the Sun's rays would focus on the giant rock. The heat would begin to vaporize the matter from the asteroid's surface. That's where physics would come into play again. The matter would evaporate upward, and the asteroid would move downward. We can also wrap the asteroid in a reflective film, something like foil. Usually, space bodies absorb most of the Sun's rays, but if the asteroid was covered in foil, the rays would bounce off its surface. This would create a weak pushing force. That should be enough to avoid a collision. Of course, we could attach rocket engines to the asteroid. This way, we would be able to not only change its trajectory, but also control it. But that would depend on the size of the asteroid and the number of engines. And then, we could use this massive rock to ram it into other, larger asteroids.
Hold on to your hats, folks, because we're about to embark on an incredible journey. With the help of super smart scientists and their studies, we've asked AI to take us back a mind-blowing 2 billion years in time and show us what our awesome Earth looked like. So buckle up and let's find out. Once upon a time, way back when Earth was just a baby, around 4.5 billion years ago, hopping into a time machine and paying a visit would have been a big mistake. The whole place was a hot mess. First of all, the ground was still all gooey and moldy, so landing your time machine would have been a major risk. Now, as soon as you tried to get out, you would see a completely different Earth compared to what we know. The landscape is a patchwork of rugged mountains, sparkling seas, and vast stretches of land. Picture massive volcanoes erupting in fiery bursts, shooting gases and ash into the air. It's like a crazy fireworks show, and even if you
had a fancy new machine that could hover and had special shields to handle the heat, you'd still have a hard time breathing. You see, the early Earth's atmosphere is a bit moody. Thick clouds hang in the sky, casting mysterious shadows on the land below. The air is as thin as a whisper, and filled with all sorts of interesting gases, like hydrogen, helium, carbon dioxide swirls around, giving everything a vibrant green hue. Water vapor drifts into the air, creating a sense of humidity and a refreshing mist. Oh, there might be a hint of ammonia and methane just to keep things interesting. Lots of cool gases, huh? But wait, there's something missing. Oxygen. So if you take a deep breath, you won't feel that familiar rush of air filling your lungs. On land, there are no lush forests or towering trees just yet. Instead, you find rugged, rocky terrains. Some of these ancient rocks bear the marks of intense forces, collisions and earthquakes that have shaped the land over millions of years. But amidst all this ancient beauty, something amazing is about to happen. Life, in its early stages, is evolving, preparing for its grand entrance. Simple organisms, like algae and bacteria, rule the scene. They thrive in the oceans, using the abundant carbon dioxide to grow and multiply. The waters are teeming with activity, with colorful, microscopic life forms buzzing around like a busy city. These tiny organisms are working hard, releasing oxygen as they go about their business. They're like little factories, slowly changing the composition of the atmosphere. So this is what the early Earth looked like, more or less. But why was it so nasty? And how could it have changed so much since then? You see, Earth's heat came from all sorts of crazy things happening during its formation. First off, there was some serious heat already packed into the objects that came together to make our planet. Then, as Earth grew bigger and stronger, its gravitational force got a major power boost. It pulled in more stuff, but it also gave Earth a massive bear hug, squeezing everything tight. And you know what happens when things get squeezed? They heat up like a pressure cooker. This crazy heating had a huge impact on Earth's structure. Picture Earth as a mixed-up bag of rocks, metals, and minerals. But as things heated up, the rocks and metals got so toasty that they melted. Guess what? The denser metals sank to the center and became Earth's core, while the lighter rocky stuff floated up to become the crust and mantle. It was like Earth decided to unmix itself, creating separate layers. Scientists call this wild separation differentiation. But the heating didn't stop there. With all this mixing and moving around, Earth got even hotter. It was like turning up the heat in a giant planetary oven. All this crazy heat had some serious consequences. Earth's high temperature made everything super smooth. Tectonic plates were dancing like there was no tomorrow, making the surface super active, full of geological shenanigans. Oh, and that's not all. Earth also got showered by some serious cosmic visitors. Imagine this. While Earth was busy gathering up all sorts of space debris during its formation, the rest of the solar system was causing some major chaos. Saturn and Jupiter decided to shake things up by changing their orbits, sending a whole bunch of massive objects hurtling towards poor Earth. These collisions were no joke. They packed a punch that melted minerals in Earth's crust and even vaporized them. These collisions were so intense that they even blew gases right out of Earth's atmosphere. Talk about a wild fireworks show. Believe it or not, we can still spot ancient battle scars from these collisions. It takes some careful detective work, but we can catch a glimpse of their aftermath. For example, there's this place called the Manitsuk crater in Greenland. Even though there's no actual crater to see, we can examine rocks that were chilling 12.5 to 15.5 miles below Earth's surface back in the day. And guess what? They bear the marks of intense and sudden shock. Now that's some tough neighborhood. The wildest collision of them all was with a planet called Theia. Theia, about the size of Mars, crashed into Earth with a mighty bang. It was a colossal event that changed everything. Theia's metal core fused with Earth's core, while the outer layers of both planets got shattered and tossed into space. The result? A beautiful ring of debris encircling Earth. Now here's the coolest part. That debris didn't just float around forever. It started to come together, like puzzle pieces finding their match. And voila, we got our very own moon. Can you believe it? And this incredible moon-making process might have taken as little as 10 years or even less. Crazy, isn't it? Scientists call this whole moon-forming extravaganza the giant impact hypothesis. So next time you gaze at the moon in the night sky, remember that it's actually a huge chunk of our own planet. And by the way, Earth also had quite the adventure trying to create its atmosphere. In the beginning, our planet's first attempt at an atmosphere didn't go so well. It had a thin layer of hydrogen and helium that came along with all the stuff it carried. But those gases were like sneaky escape artists and decided to float away into space. Bye-bye, gases. Luckily, Earth didn't give up. It went for a second round, and this time it was much more successful. Volcanic eruptions came to the rescue. They spewed out all kinds of gases like water vapor and carbon dioxide and a whole bunch of other funky ones. Even meteorites and comets joined the party, bringing lots of water and nitrogen to the mix. Earth's atmosphere was becoming quite the party. But here's the funny thing. There was no oxygen to be found during the second experiment. Nope, not a single breath of it. The oxygen that was produced by the sun's rays splitting water molecules got gobbled up by chemical reactions faster than you could say, oxybummer. It wasn't until Earth's third experiment came along, life, that things started to change. Photosynthetic organisms took center stage and used all that carbon dioxide in the air to make their food. And guess what? They released oxygen as a sidekick. Eventually, the organisms started belting out so much oxygen that it overwhelmed the reactions and began to fill up the atmosphere. It took a while, though. It wasn't until about 350 million years ago that we got the oxygen levels we have today. About 21% of the air we breathe. So, from fiery volcanoes to mysterious oceans, this glimpse into the past reveals an Earth vastly different from the one we know today. It's fascinating to explore the ancient landscapes and imagine the early stages of life taking shape. Thanks to AI, we can catch a glimpse of Earth's remarkable history and appreciate the wonders of our ever-changing planet. So, stay tuned for more interesting journeys.
So, theoretically, humans can survive an asteroid that has the potential to destroy entire planets. It won't be a walk in the park, though. Let's go back in time to 66 million years ago, in the late Cretaceous period. The Earth, before humans, where dinosaurs were thriving. The plants and animals are rich and diverse. You'd see a T-Rex chasing a Triceratops, or the massive Alamosaurus, one of the biggest animals to ever roam the planet, towering over the landscape. In Texas, they remember the Alamosaurus. And watch out for the Ankylosaurus, a living tank swinging its tail like a wrecking ball at any threat. As you're about to enjoy a quiet evening under the stars, a bright new light appears in the sky of the northern hemisphere. Now, a new star in the sky doesn't really stand out at first. It's just twinkling like the rest. But give it a few hours, and you'll notice it's getting brighter. Check again the next night, and boom, it's the brightest thing in the sky, outshining planets and even the moon. And finally, it horrifyingly outshines the sun. The star was the Chicxulub asteroid, which left a gigantic crater now called Chicxulub Crater in Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. The asteroid enters the Earth's atmosphere at a blistering 12.5 miles per second. It blasts through 60 miles of the atmosphere in about 3 seconds. It falls so fast that even the air can't get out of its way. The air gets squashed and heats up to thousands of degrees in a blink. Before the asteroid even touches the ground, this super hot air has already vaporized much of the sea where it's about to strike, near the Yucatan Peninsula. Then, in a flash, the asteroid smashes into the Earth, screaming over Central America with a loud boom that echoes everywhere. It doesn't just smash the ground, it makes the soil and rock flow like liquid. The asteroid digs a hole so wide and deep that it nearly touches Earth's inner layers and throws out dirt more than 20 miles high. At that exact moment of impact, the asteroid also turns its massive speed and weight into heat in a split second. It puts so much energy into the Earth that it makes molecules move faster than the surface of the sun. This massive energy created a giant ball of plasma, superhot charged gas that includes bits of vaporized rock. This all shot out at incredible speeds. The shockwave from the impact and the heat turned the Earth around the crash site into gas instantly. This set off earthquakes all around the world. And it's not just the rocks flying around that you need to worry about. As they plummet through the sky, they rub against the air, heating up so much that they set fires all around the world. The heat they give off could be compared to an oven cranked up to its highest setting. This fiery shower causes most of the world's trees to burn down. The entire world is now on fire. Soon it changes everything. In a blink, dinosaurs were wiped out, making way for mammals to rise. And not only dinosaurs, 75% of species and big creatures disappeared, leaving behind only some small birds and critters. So, how could you, a human, survive something like that? Now, some animals made it back then. To survive, we need to learn from their resilience. The only birds that survive, even in the toughest conditions, are the ones nesting safely on the ground. Among the few larger animals that managed to dodge extinction, all have ways to deal with the heat. Some, like certain small mammals, snakes, and lizards, can dig themselves into cooler underground burrows. Others, like crocodiles and turtles, just hide in the water. So, if you're exactly on the other side of the planet when the strike happens, and you act super fast, you might just make it. Right now, the impact is about 10,000 miles away, but don't underestimate its power. As soon as you hear the loud boom, head underground as quickly as you can. And be careful, because you'll feel the earth shake about 30 minutes later. Hide in a deep cave, preferably with a narrow entrance. It would protect you from the falling debris, and the temperatures underground would be stable. Also, some caves have natural water sources, rivers or streams. You might also prepare for the not-so-great diet of insects, fungi, or young, poor small animals that also seek refuge in the cave system. But it's better than nothing. You also need to be extremely far away from any large bodies of water. Being near the ocean might seem like a safe bet during a massive asteroid impact because the sea can buffer extreme temperature changes. But the earthquakes trigger terrifying tsunamis, even in lakes or fjords. The asteroid's crash sets off not just one tsunami, but many, and they're as tall as skyscrapers. Within an hour, colossal waves between 600 and 1,000 feet high hit the Gulf Coast, slamming into places like Mexico and the southern United States, and flooding miles inland. These waves are so powerful, they even push rivers backward. These tsunamis continue around coastlines, reaching the east coast of the United States, and 6 hours later, they hit Europe, Africa, and the Mediterranean. By 15 hours after the impact, there isn't a coastline on Earth that hasn't felt the wrath of these waves. Well, let's say you survived the initial impact somewhere deep underground, but your troubles have only begun. The Chicxulub asteroid strikes a region loaded with sulfur. This sends 100 billion tons of sulfur and an enormous amount of water into the sky. The water vapor forms massive storm clouds. They start to rain acid. In colder places, huge snowstorms bury the land under feet of snow each day. The impact also vaporizes massive amounts of oil, throwing up 150 football stadiums worth of it into the air. This oil turns into a thick black soot in the stratosphere. It coats the earth like black paint. And even when the acid rain calms down, this carbon stays up above the clouds and doesn't wash away. This sooty layer blocks out 90% of sunlight, plunging the earth into a cold darkness that lasts for at least 3 years. The world cools down by about 50 degrees on average. Now, when you finally leave your deep cave, you must look for places where you won't freeze. The only spots spared from the frost are tropical islands like Madagascar, India, which was an island back then, and Indonesia. These places have surviving plants and animals, and they even continue to get fresh water, unlike most of the world. Everything else in the world looks like a huge nuclear wasteland. These tropical islands are safe spots during an asteroid apocalypse, but don't think of them as paradise. These places still only get about 10% of their usual sunlight, and barely enough rain to avoid turning into deserts. In this chilly, gloomy setting, most food chains fall apart. If you want to survive, you'll need to bring lots of extra food with you, for the next 6 years at least. Now, some things are lucky enough to survive. Fossils tell us that freshwater ecosystems did well, so staying close to a river or estuary might be your best shot at finding food. You could come across turtles, crocodiles, and some fish. Animals like clams, snails, and small crustaceans that live in the sediment also manage to hang on. And while a bit warmer than everything else, these places are no walk in the park. You need to pack warm clothes to have any chance of survival. Now, if we add all this together, the best spot for surviving the Chicxulub asteroid would be Indonesia. It's a mountainous, tropical country that consists of several islands. There, you'll find bearable temperatures, a bit of rainwater, and a deep cave for shelter. This could protect you from the falling tektites, the intense heat, and even help you find something to eat in the rivers and lakes. But if you stumble upon any shrew-like creatures while scavenging for food, time traveler, please let them be. It's not clear how many survive the Chicxulub impact, and eating one could have unforeseen effects on the future of humanity. Like, don't eat your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, right? Can you imagine that all modern humans came from about 1,000 people? Around 800,000 to 900,000 years ago, almost all of our ancestors disappeared, leaving about 1% of the population behind. So, what the heck happened? The Earth often goes through glacial cycles, things that we call ice ages. Back in the past, they were pretty mild and happened regularly, about every 41,000 years. The ice ages happen because of the Earth's axis. Our planet is slightly tilted at an angle, which is why its axis isn't straight up. Over thousands of years, this tilt has changed a bit. This teeny tiny shift completely changes how much sunlight we receive, especially at the poles, and leads to incredibly strong cold or warm periods. About 2.6 million years ago, when early humans were settling in on Earth, the Pleistocene epoch started. That's the era we traditionally call the Ice Age, the one from the movies. Large ice sheets completely covered parts of North America, Europe, and Asia. There wasn't constant ice everywhere all the time. These glacial cycles came and went, and sometimes ice sheets melted for a while. But overall, things were still much snowier and colder compared to now. We can still see the evidence of this from back in the day. Those glaciers carved out valleys and left behind some awesome things like moraines and fjords. And since sea levels were super low, a huge part of the world was land. This allowed people and animals to travel between continents and spread everywhere. It was the time of the megafauna. You all know about it from movies. Woolly mammoths, saber-toothed bats, giant ground sloths, and mastodons. Our ancestors had some fun times hunting all those giants. Now, humans didn't come from one lineage. It wasn't like monkeys slowly turning into humans. We also consisted of many species, Homo erectus, Neanderthals, and so on. But only one species, Homo sapiens, survived and turned into modern humans. Harsh conditions forced them to get smarter. They learned how to make tools, clothing, and shelters to survive. They became hunter-gatherers and invented fire, which turned out to be super useful during the Ice Age, didn't they? But they had no idea what horrible change was coming. Something disastrous happened about 800,000 to 900,000 years ago. Humans faced a drastic population crash. Only 1,280 people survived, give or take. So 99% of early humans were wiped out, and this tiny 1% was lucky enough to become our ancestors. This almost extinction, unsurprisingly, was the climate's fault. It was the middle Pleistocene transition. The Earth's orbit around the sun changed its shape a bit. Carbon levels dropped. A lot of stuff was happening, and the Earth's climate was going wild, becoming incredibly cold and dry. The seas suddenly got chillier, and Africa and Eurasia experienced horrible droughts. Looking for food was almost impossible. Scientists learned this by taking the DNA of about 300,000 people from all around the world. They used a new method to help them map the history of human evolution over a million years and learn more about it. No wonder we could barely find any fossils from that time. There was almost no one around. What's interesting is that before that happened, most apes had 24 pairs of chromosomes. But because the population became so small, two sets got fused together, and we ended up with 23 pairs. This was the final straw that separated us from other apes. Chimpanzees, gorillas, and orangutans all have 24 pairs, but our fused one became known as the human chromosome. Like a ripple effect, this little thing influenced our brain cell, helped us start walking on our twos, and even form language. It took humans about 100,000 years to recover from this catastrophe. Only after all that time, they started spreading around again. Isn't that insane how we managed to go from 1,000 to 8 billion people? In any case, the Ice Age finally ended about 11,700 years ago. The warm period, called the Holocene, began. As things got warmer, human civilizations finally began to develop. 5,000 years ago, it was ancient Egypt, then the Indus Valley Civilization, ancient China, and others. And while we've been thriving for a while, there's one catch. The Middle Pleistocene transition changed the length and intensity of glacial cycles. Before the transition, sure, there was the Ice Age, but the cold was milder, and the glacial cycles were shorter. Things got covered in ice sheets about every 41,000 years. But after the transition, the glacial periods became longer and more severe. These cycles started following a new pattern. Although they happened every 100,000 years, they were super intense. Ice sheets grew large, even extending to the south. So from now on, ice ages that will continue to happen in the future will be a bit different. The next one should be at least 50,000 years from now, maybe longer. It's good for us because it'll occur later, but at the same time, the consequences will be stronger. What our ancestors went through is called a population bottleneck. That's what we call a sudden and huge reduction in the size of a population. Usually it happens because of things like earthquakes, floods or droughts, fires, and even human actions. Just a few people survive, and only they can pass their genes to future generations. And we've got plenty of such bottlenecks in history. Our modern species, Homo sapiens, originally lived in Africa. Around 60 to 80,000 years ago, a small group of them left Africa and spread across the world. It wasn't on a whim, though. They had to move somewhere because of the droughts and huge climate problems in Africa at that time. They had to go look for food and find new places to live. They traveled through the Middle East, moving into Europe and Asia, and eventually reaching Australasia and the Americas. They quickly settled across different continents and started mixing with local human-like species like Denisovans and Neanderthals. But there was a problem. Originally, the African species were super genetically diverse, but since only a small part of them decided to move out, they carried just a bunch of these diverse genes with them. Unfortunately, this caused a bottleneck for everyone. Human-like species from other parts of the world became less genetically diverse. Since they had a smaller gene pool, they became more vulnerable to all the harmful stuff. The African population also had a drop in genetic diversity. But at least humans managed to survive, although eventually non-African populations really dropped, and there were no Neanderthals or Denisovans left, only us, Homo sapiens. That's why we can say that all modern humans came from Africa. Early humans sure had it rough. About 74,000 years ago, they went through yet another disaster, the Topa catastrophe. But keep in mind that all these things are just a hypothesis. It's not certain whether it actually happened. Now, basically, scientists think that there might have been a supervolcanic eruption at Lake Toba in Sumatra, Indonesia. This volcano going crazy was an absolute catastrophe for Earth's climate and humans. The eruption was one of the most powerful volcanic events in the last 2 million years. It spewed out from 670 to 1,500 cubic miles of lava and volcanic stuff. Just so you know, there are about 3,100 cubic miles of water in our planet's entire atmosphere, and this eruption had almost half as much lava. This horrendous disaster led to the formation of Lake Toba, a massive caldera lake in Sumatra. It also spewed out tons of ash and sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere. This caused the so-called volcanic winter, which means that while it's not actually winter, the temperatures drop and the planet is freezing because all these ash clouds are blocking the sunlight from reaching the Earth. This event affected climate patterns for years to decades. This also most likely sped up the arrival of the next glacial cycle. Luckily, humans are crazy good at surviving. The global human population was reduced to a few thousand people yet again, and they still managed to overcome this.
This isn't your great sweet tea. It's new Sprite Plus tea. It's better than tea. It has Sprite and tea flavors. Who are you talking to, baby? And what did you do to my picture? Try new Sprite Plus tea. Obey your thirst. Oh, you gotta go.
Try Crest 3D White. Finally, a daily whitening toothpaste for whiter teeth in one day.
On July 20, 1969, at 10:56 p.m.,
Neil Armstrong became the first to step into another world. The moon. We may possibly witness such an epic moment on Mars very soon.
From a technical point of view, we are much closer today to being able to send humans to Mars than they were to being able to send men to the moon in the 1960s.
This might be just the prologue to one of mankind's greatest challenges. So, broke away from Earth. Space colony on Mars might become a reality in the near future. The Earth might well become uninhabitable due to climate change, or the huge asteroid.
We have the probability that the big asteroid might hit the Earth like was done in the past when the dinosaurs died out.
The only way we guarantee the survival of our species we need to create a new home off Earth. The amazing discovery of huge amounts of water has boosted interest in Mars, putting it in the spotlight. NASA and ESA, the European Space Agency, and private companies such as SpaceX are already looking at projects for settlements on the red planet in the coming decades. But it won't be an easy road. Mars is so far from Earth that the space flight would be about 6 to 9 months, involving long exposure to cosmic radiation and zero gravity. You will also need to overcome the engineering difficulties of landing on Mars due to its thin atmosphere. That future colony on Mars will need a heavy shield as the ionizing radiation that reaches the surface is extremely high and will remain.
The atmosphere is so thin that if you were not protected by space, actually being exposed to that so high, the blood would boil instantaneously.
All these difficulties make the construction of a permanent settlement on Mars a huge, unprecedented technological challenge.
This is a game that you have to do that right and roll 7-11 on doubles.
Our descendants might live on Mars and remember the moment we established the first space colonies as one of the greatest milestones of humanity. Since humanity's first venture into space, we've proven that being able to live on another planet. Among all the planets of the solar system, there is one that is considered one of the best targets for possible human colonization. Mars. Its surface conditions and the presence of water on Mars make it the most hospitable planet in the solar system, other than Earth.
Mars is the most similar planet in terms of environmental circumstances, and is the one that has the most resources to support human settlement.
Since the first close-up pictures of Mars by Mariner 4 in 1965, several NASA spacecraft voyages to the red planet revealed a very familiar world.
If you look at the landscape on Mars, it looks like Australia, Arizona. It's a red colored rocky desert with rough sand. We have that in many places on the earth.
Like Earth, Mars has polar ice caps and clouds in its atmosphere. Seasonal weather patterns, dunes, mountains, canyons, and other recognizable features. The similarity of our native planet to Earth have aroused the curiosity of the scientific community
and kicked off a whole series of missions. Since the 1996 launching of the Mars Global Surveyor probe, NASA has developed the Mars Exploration Program. The goal of this program is to provide scientific information through the city's robotic orbiters, planners, and mobile laboratories. The first aim of that program was the program's science theme, Follow the Water, as the water is a key factor for life as we know it.
On Earth, there's a one-to-one connection between life and water. So instead of looking for life directly, NASA is doing its partners the easier thing first, which is to look for water.
Several missions from 2001 to 2007 made impressive discoveries related to evidence of past and present water geologic record that make it possible to take the next steps toward finding evidence of life itself.
I'm going to find out if there is alien life as well. The aliens, where the alien life goes. Because it would be the first example of the alien form of life that we can find. Mars is a good place to go for that.
In 2011, NASA's Curiosity rover marked a transition between things that follow the water and seek signs of life. In addition to landing in a place with past evidence of water, Curiosity was seeking evidence of organics, chemical building blocks of life. The ExoMars mission, a mission of the European Space Agency, ESA, in collaboration with NASA and NASA's Mars 2020, will finally try to discover if there is or has ever been life on Mars by searching for life itself in places identified as potential habitats. Finally, the third phase of NASA's Mars exploration program is to prepare for human exploration.
That already started. We already planning for expansion. I personally hope that it will happen in the late 2030s.
This first manned mission to Mars will be a milestone for humankind, as was the 1969 Moon mission. When this happens, we will be able to see that our path to the colonization of Mars will have started. Human beings, curiosity, passion for exploring new worlds knows no limits. We always want to go beyond our boundaries. The origin of this impulse answers the need of the species to find new habitats that encourage its development. Now, our next frontier is beyond the Earth. Space colonization is the next logical link in our evolution as a species. Beyond the Earth, there are a huge number of resources that we could benefit from to keep growing.
This is a way that the human population will grow and thrive for thousands of years. We can clear up the biosphere, and humanity can expand into the solar system.
Space expansion and colonization might be the beginning of a new era for humankind to reach an unprecedented level of development. In addition, it could be the only way to avoid its destruction by external causes or even self-destruction. The choice could be, as H.G. Wells said, the universe or nothing. Climate change has become a serious threat to our civilization, and we are already starting to suffer its first consequences. Another threat, the danger of an asteroid impacting our planet is real, and depending on the size of the asteroid, the consequences could be catastrophic.
We have the probability that the big asteroid might hit the Earth like it was done faster than the dinosaurs died.
So what that would happen tomorrow or in our lifetime. but it is definitely going to happen sooner or later. So the best thing to do is be careful. Alternatives beyond the earth will guarantee not just an alternative home and peace of mind, but also access to a huge number of resources out there. Mars, due to its characteristics, is considered one of the best possible places for that future permanent base off Earth.
Introducing Propel Energy Boost with caffeine, city coating, and Gatorade electrolytes to boost your focus and rehydrate your body. Propel Energy Boost with caffeine and city coating.
When you see what's like first and it touches home, you see why we need down it. Adding down to the wash not only makes your clothes feel softer on your skin, it breathes life into your laundry.
Whatever business you're in, every call, text, and customer service conversation matters.
University of Maryland Global Campus is a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. Earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience, and get the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. What will your next success be?
Other places like the moon or the asteroids are also considered possible targets when it comes to taking the first steps toward becoming a multi-planetary civilization. Several private companies are developing projects to extract resources and rocket propel it from asteroids. What's more, the discovery of water on the moon has led to the development of concepts such as the Moon Village, proposed by ESA, the European Space Agency, to carry out activities based on the exploitation of resources and scientific research. Nevertheless, to establish a permanent colony that may become a future home for human beings, Mars offers several advantages over the moon or other places. Mars is bigger than the moon and also has more resources that we could take advantage of. So it's better suited to improvements to turn it into the home for a self-sustaining civilization. While the moon has no atmosphere at all, Mars has the advantage of having sun atmosphere, composed primarily of carbon dioxide, about 96%, other gases such as argon and nitrogen, which means we can grow plants just by compressing the atmosphere.
Mars has water, frozen is ice, but permafrost inside, but it's there in large quantities. It has carbon dioxide atmosphere, which is carbon and oxygen. It's what makes me fuel, it's what makes grow food. It has nitrogen, which life also needs. These things are extremely rare or completely absent, for example, on the moon.
If we compare our own planet to Mars, they are surprisingly alike in many ways. Conditions on the surface of Mars are closer to the conditions on Earth in terms of temperature and atmospheric pressure than on any other planet or moon.
And the temperatures get to about 20 centigrade in the daytime at the equator, which is entirely acceptable. At night, it can get very cold, but it's not difficult to show it's cold in space. As different as they are from Earth, the conditions on the surface of Mars are acceptable for human exploration sites.
Mars, in comparison to the moon, has gravity more like Earth's. While the moon's gravity is 1/6 of the Earth's, Mars is 1/3. Thanks to studies done at the International Space Station, the only available laboratory of zero gravity, we know that the lack of gravity is a health problem in the long term,
We suppose that having gravity much closer to Earth's would be favorable to settling a colony. A lunar day is 28 Earth days, whereas the Mars day is 24.5 hours, almost identical to Earth's. Also, Mars is about half as far ahead from the Sun as Earth is, so it still has acceptable sunlight. All these similarities between the two planets have led NASA and several private companies to start development of projects for manned missions in the near future. The NASA program Journey to Mars has been gathering data for several years, leading to a radical increase in our knowledge of the red planet and paving the way for future human explorers. Furthermore, private initiatives by aerospace transport companies such as SpaceX work with a clear goal to colonize Mars.
That could take several generations of crews. Maybe the first mission would just set up the greenhouse, and the second mission is going to start going to Mars with experimental. But they're not really going. And then maybe it's only the mission number 10 that you stop bringing food from the
To establish a permanent settlement on Mars won't just require a great deal of time, but will also be huge technological challenges. Despite the surprising similarities to Earth, Mars is a hostile place for life.
As soon as you dig a little bit deeper, you realize that Mars is actually a very different planet. Actually, it's actually lethal for human beings and most life.
Human survival on Mars would require complex life support measures to be able to face the difficult conditions for life there.
The atmosphere is so thin that your blood would boil instantaneously. You would die of depressurization within seconds. If that did not kill you, then the atmosphere is unbreathable. If you have carbon dioxide, you need oxygen to breathe. That would kill you in minutes. If that did not kill you, then the dust on Mars is very fine grained, very abrasive, cutting, and also toxic, chemical toxic. That would kill you in a matter of 7 weeks.
One possible suggestion for making Mars conditions acceptable for human beings would be to transform the planet, adapting it to the needs of human life. A concept that has been called terraforming. Terraforming would be a process of planetary engineering that allows the creation of a local biosphere similar to Earth's, making the red planet a habitable place for human beings.
The idea is to transform Mars into Earth, to make the atmosphere thicker, to make the planet warmer, to, over time, transform the composition of the atmosphere from what it is today, CO2, carbon dioxide, into oxygen.
Many scientists using climate models and ecological theories concluded that the terraforming of Mars is a feasible idea. With present technology, the climate of Mars can be transformed, making it capable of supporting life. Mars is now very cold, openly dry, and its atmosphere of carbon dioxide is too thin to sustain life. But these parameters are interlinked, and the three of them can be altered by a combination of human intervention and biological changes. If we could warm Mars up, we would once again have a thick atmosphere with liquid oceans.
It takes a long time to progressively thicken the atmosphere, transform the climate into one that has warmer, and then over time change the chemistry of the atmosphere to oxygen. We're not talking about decades, we're talking about
many centuries, and very expensive.
One strategy to warn Mars would be to use orbital mirrors placed in orbit around Mars to increase the total sun exposure that we see. This would direct sunlight onto the surface and could increase Mars' surface temperature directly.
What you have to do is heat up the surface using mirrors in space to get some of the trapped water ice, the carbon dioxide, back into the atmosphere.
The other strategy to raise atmospheric temperature would provoke an artificial greenhouse effect.
We know about gases that are much more powerful than carbon dioxide as greenhouse agents. And these are like fluorocarbon gases. And we decrease these artificial ones. On Earth, we decrease these things we're using for refrigerants. On Mars, we just release them into the atmosphere. We warm the planet, it will come out of the soil and it will thicken the atmosphere with massive amounts of carbon dioxide, which we know is also greenhouse gas. And that would turn the 10 centigrade bonds into a 50 centigrade bonds. Now, if you had that, then what you have is really Earth-like temperatures on Mars. And it means that the water that is frozen to the Martian soil would melt and start to flow in.
Unfortunately, terraforming Mars is a solution that would require a great deal of time and a huge investment. Therefore, if we want to build the first permanent base there, there is no option other than to face the challenges involved for human beings to be able to live on Mars. One of the principal challenges among them is to protect against radiation. Radiation is a natural phenomenon that can cause severe damage to human beings by seriously affecting their DNA. The Martian surface has high levels of radiation due to its very thin atmosphere and lacks Earth's global magnetosphere. In addition to this, from time to time there are solar photon events that produce much higher doses of radiation.
Mars doesn't have that, some galactic cosmic rays get through the thin atmosphere, solar flares, some of that gets through, and it can disrupt the DNA. So you need a habitat that shields the astronauts.
The Mars Odyssey spacecraft measured this cosmic radiation. It found that radiation levels in orbit above Mars are 2.5 times higher than at the International Space Station. A 3-year exposure to such levels would be close to the safety limits currently adopted by NASA. The effects on living organisms have been closely studied. Photons from cosmic radiation may cause twice as much serious damage to DNA as previously estimated, exposing astronauts to greater risk of cancer and other diseases. NASA is exploring a variety of alternative techniques and technologies, such as plasma deflector shields, to protect astronauts and spacecraft from radiation. Nevertheless, a 100% effective technique has not yet been developed.
Say hello to Sara Lee Half Loaves. Half Loaves, great fit, real ice, great size, less waste, all taste, more flavors to savor. First bite, right. Brand new, all you. Give a little Sara Lee love.
New Swiffer Mop Deluxe is made for small spaces. The upgraded strip has 75% more scrubbing power. And with the new locking head, getting into tight spaces is simple. The all-new Swiffer Mop Deluxe, the mother of all cleans.
The Roche-Posay UV Pro Sport. Advanced UV protection. Feel the heat, not the burn.
It's just right. Like rolling your auto letters on a budget. USA!
Another of the main challenges when it comes to sending manned missions to Mars is the huge per-person cost of the trip. In fact,
It would not be at all feasible to create a self-sustaining civilization at its present cost. There are estimates, with the Apollo program as a reference, that calculate the present cost to be around $10 billion per person. It's essential to reduce this cost to undertake the building of a permanent base. This is precisely the goal set by SpaceX.
SpaceX is a very impressive company. It was founded by an entrepreneur named Elon Musk, who really wanted to break the barriers, break the mold of the things that are stopping us from getting to Mars. And this includes both high-cost space launch, but also, frankly, the timidity of bureaucracy is unwilling to accept the risks that involve to just go for it.
According to Elon Musk, to make Mars trips possible on a large enough scale to create a self-sustaining city, the key factors are full reusability of rockets, refueling and orbiting, propellant production on Mars, and choosing the right propellant. Full reusability is essential and truly the most difficult.
That's very important. Until now, we control these rockets way after one flight. Imagine how expensive their plane flight would be if you flew away after each flight. Boeing 747 seats 400 people, costs $400 million. They have to go away after each flight. It could be $1 million a flight.
The next goal would be the development of a system to refuel spaceships in orbit. The ships would have dry tanks on leaving the Earth. This would help to reduce the costs dramatically. Finally, the third factor that Elon Musk stresses is the ability to produce propellant on Mars so that spaceships can return to Earth, as well as choosing the right propellant. The surprising advances that SpaceX is making indicate that they will soon be able to reduce the costs of the trip considerably. But sending a manned mission to Mars would still mean solving very important questions, such as being able to make a safe landing.
Landing on Mars is tricky. First of all, using aeroshield to slow yourself down from orbital speeds to subsonic speeds, and then you pop a parachute, and that brings you down to slow velocity, and then you have to then do the final landing with rockets.
The relatively strong gravity and the presence of aerodynamic effects makes it difficult to land heavy crewed spacecraft with thrusters only, as was done with the Apollo movement. Yet the atmosphere is too thin for aerodynamic effects to be of much help in aeroplane and landing a large vehicle.
On Mars, you have to go through the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is not controlled. So when you're coming in at high velocity, you have to shed a lot of the energy to slow down, check the aeroshield.
Landing piloted missions on Mars will require braking and landing systems different from anything used to land crewed spacecraft on the Moon or robotic missions on Mars.
The biggest payload we've landed on Mars has been about 1 metric ton. And for human missions, we need to have at least 10 metric tons of payload, and preferably 20 to 30. So they have to scale up.
The improvement of safe landing techniques on Mars is then a priority. The NASA's project Journey to Mars will investigate the entry, descent, and landing techniques needed to reach the Martian surface, which will guarantee the success of the first manned mission scheduled for the 2030s. NASA has also already started to study closely what the best location for our first home on Mars would be. These should be locations of high scientific value that would also provide resources to allow human explorers to live on Mars.
Local natural resources such as water and oxygen are crucial for humans to explore Mars. Liquid water might be obtained from three sources: ground ice, which would be buried or beneath the surface, the atmosphere, or hydrated layers. Oxygen, by comparison, can be generated from the carbon dioxide that makes up most of Mars's atmosphere.
There's a lot of disagreement about where Mars came from. The poles have an advantage because there's water ice. But the problem with the pole is it's dark for half the Martian year, which is almost a full Earth year. So that leaves you either with the equator regions or the mid latitudes. They both have something to argue. The equator is to the east, varies the east, which sees some. But if you go to mid latitudes, which you get places that always have some sunlight all year long, but which have some water ice too. Not big fields of it like the pole, and then lots of deposits of water ice that are readily accessible.
Perfect. So we call it rock T-square, and it's the western end of Alice or Mars, which is this giant canyon that cuts the surface of the Mars. I love this location because it's at the bottom of the canyon, but at the same time it's in the middle, it's very wide and very open, so that you can see the earth, you can see the sky, and control the position.
Other possible places considered for a first location on Mars are paradoxically outside the planet. They are the small moons Phobos and Venus.
Martian moons are the sweet spot when it comes to a potential settlement site.
We should use Phobos and Deimos as targets. We should send the first 30 crews just to make sure we can travel to Mars and come back safely. You know, if they're too complicated. That would be already a fantastic adventure.
Both of them are much smaller than our moon. Phobos' mean diameter is 14 miles, and Venus is just 7 miles, while our mean diameter is around 2,100 miles. The fact that they are much smaller means their gravity wells are almost non-existent. So landing and takeoff would be much easier than on the Martian surface.
The Martian moons are locked like our moon. They always keep the same face facing Mars. So if you wanted a place to explore Mars robotically, the best place to do that from is from the Mars-facing side of Deimos. Deimos is 20 times closer to Mars than our moon is to the Earth. So the round trip flight time to control things all robotically is just a little more than 100 milliseconds.
These two little worlds, so very close to the planet, might be used as a pit stop for the exploration and future colonization of Mars, and even for the colonization of the asteroids of the main asteroid belt, the orbit between Mars and Jupiter.
I think that they are very exciting places as a first step for humans to explore. The very first missions to Mars, I think, should not try to land.
Once the location for our first settlement on Mars had been selected, the next step would be to decide which type of habitat to build so that the future inhabitants will have a safe place to live. The astronauts who walk on Mars for the first time may stay there for several months. As the Martian surface has extreme temperatures and the atmosphere is unable to protect them properly against radiation, they will need to have effective shielding against the hostile environment of Mars. NASA, with its program Journey to Mars, has started to explore different construction solutions. One of the most innovative concepts for sustainable habitation on the red planet is called Mars Iceberg, which was designed for NASA by the company's Space Exploration Architecture and Clouds Architecture Office. This iceberg will be built using the most advanced 3D printing techniques.
The Mars ice is a large inflatable structure surrounded by a shell of water ice. Water ice is an effective shielding material for galactic plasma rings and many areas of Mars and in abundance just below the surface. So water ice is a great solution for living habitats on Mars. The Mars ice cone structure is lightweight, so it could be easily transported and deployed with robotics, then filled with water before the crew arrives. Another interesting aspect of the Mars ice cone is that the translucency of the ice washes the habitat with daylight, connecting the inhabitants to natural diurnal cycles and also lets them enjoy the views. Other construction solutions that involve burying the habitats before the crews arrive require heavy robotic equipment that would need to be transported from Earth, which would make costs rise significantly. The Mars ice cone instead balances the need to provide protection from radiation without the drawbacks of an underground habitat.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for private work and life and job experience.
Introducing Propel Energy Boost with caffeine, city coating, and Gatorade electrolytes to boost your focus and rehydrate your body. Propel Energy Boost with caffeine and city coating.
Try Crest 3D White. Finally, a daily whitening toothpaste for whiter teeth in one day.
Labrador Retrievers boundless energy and water treatment thrive on precise nutrients. That's why Royal Canin developed over 60 formulas uniquely tailored to meet the needs of different breeds. Feed your dog's unique needs with Royal Canin Precise Nutrition.
It's mesmerizing. Cleaning and greasy mess with dog platinum.
And not even scrubbing.
Fluff my feathers. It cuts through the slimy stuff better than the old dish soap. Removing 99% of grease. That's finally gone. It's trusted to save wildlife.
However, to make it possible for human beings to live in a hostile world like the Martian environment, we are going to need more than just a safe habitat. The colonization of Mars will also require a wide variety of equipment to provide services directly to humans and production equipment used to produce food, water, breathable oxygen, and energy. The first step will be to have life support technologies to recycle air, water, and waste in a closed recycling system and utilize in situ resources. NASA is already providing advanced life support research and development in field technologies.
There are two ways to make life support for Martian habitat. You can either do biological or physical. The physical chemical system is very simple, and more reliable, and it's probably what we do first. What that does is it takes the water, used water, and purifies it. That's the most important thing.
Nevertheless, for medium and long duration missions, the life support system should be bioregenerative, a system that incorporates biological components of the synthesis, purification, and regeneration of basic life support commodities. It must be designed in such a way that the components are recycled or regenerated and don't need to be resupplied.
It's using plants, and that's how we first the Earth's life support system is that we breathe out water and carbon dioxide and turn that into food and oxygen. And ultimately, that's what you're going to want. On a Martian settlement, we're going to want to set up greenhouses, and we will take the carbon dioxide that we breathe out, some of the water that we use, and we will use it to grow plants. And they'll turn it back into oxygen and into food for the colonists.
Those greenhouses will need a reliable source of energy that keep the functioning constant. In fact, a source of energy for the general supply of the colony will be another key factor.
The energy source for growing plants on Mars is going to be Martian sunlight. The solar flux on Mars at the equator is about the same as that on Norway on Earth. But in Norway, there are forests, plants grow there, and there's enough light to grow plants. Now, of course, the human economy needs more energy than that, just as we need more energy than just outdoor light in the daytime, which is more light here. And you have basically two choices first, which is solar energy and nuclear energy.
The issue with the solar energy on Mars is that it is not totally reliable. A sandstorm could reduce solar energy for months, which could be fatal for the colony. For a permanent settlement, we probably need to develop the Mars geothermal potential. But for a first phase, the energy supply would be taken care of with just a small nuclear reactor. For any kind of colony that we are able to settle on Mars, we will need to study different options of communication with Earth. Made difficult because of the huge distance between the planets. NASA and ESA included communications relay within several of the Mars orbiters, so Mars already has communication satellites. While these will eventually wear out, additional orbiters with communication relay capability are likely to be launched before any colonization expeditions are mounted. The one-way communication delay due to the speed of light depends on how far Mars is from the Earth. This delay makes real-time communication, such as telephone conversations or internet relay chat between Earth and Mars, highly impractical due to the long time lags involved.
To Mars, it can be as short as around 4 minutes, or as long as 20 minutes. Once in a while, if Mars goes behind the sun, we can't talk to Mars at all.
This blackout could be solved by using a future network of communication satellites, which would be a realistic solution for a full colonization program. There is no doubt that becoming an interplanetary species will require unprecedented technological and scientific effort. We know that to send a manned mission to a planet as distant as Mars will mean facing countless risks. Before the first human walks on Mars, a group of robotic exploration rovers such as Spirit, Opportunity, and Curiosity could be the outposts that pave the way and help locate resources, such as groundwater or ice, that could be fundamental for the growth of the colony. The next step would be the progressive arrival of several robotic cargo missions to transport the equipment, habitats, and supplies. They should operate long before any manned mission. It's possible that this first settlement will use scientific station to be able to do detailed in situ research into the Martian environment.
What I think we should be doing altogether in reality is to build an international research station servicing, a bit like the International Space Station, but on the ground.
At present, several nations and organizations are developing long-term plans to send manned missions to Mars. NASA kicked off the Mars mission program with the launching and testing of the Orion multi-purpose vehicle in 2014. The Orion is the first manned spacecraft intended to go beyond the low Earth orbit into deep space since the Apollo program. It has two modules, the launch and splashdown crew delivery vehicle, and the deep space habitat module, where the crew will live during the 16-month-long journey from Earth to Mars and back.
It's a good design, right? It's designed to be bigger than Apollo, so the crew could be a little larger. It's designed to have a multi-purpose destination.
The first manned Mars mission is currently scheduled for the 2030s. On this pioneer mission, the astronauts will be able to orbit Mars for the first time ever and then return to Earth.
Say hello to Sara Lee Half Loaves. Half Loaves, great fit, realized great size, less waste, all taste, more flavors to savor. First bite right. Brand new, all you. Give a little Sara Lee love.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, earn up to 90 undergraduate credits for relevant experience.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay UV Pro Sport, dermatologist tested, professional athlete approved.
What you're looking at is the most powerful being on planet Earth. I will not accept that. Gotta get back to the fray.
Therefore, on this first mission, no walk on Martian soil is planned. In addition to NASA, other space agencies have different plans for the future exploration of Mars. ESA, the European Space Agency, through the Aurora program, has a long-term goal for the robotic and human exploration of Mars, with the hope of finding traces of life. It has already sent robotic probes like ExoMars in 2016 and plans to send the next probe in 2020. India, Japan, China, and Russia also have different robotic missions to explore Mars to be launched in the coming years. China and Russia plan to send humans to Mars in the 2040 to 2060 timeframe, but they are still long-term plans that will vary in the near future. Therefore, the only national space agency that has the clear goal of sending humans to the red planet is NASA, through its ambitious plan Journey to Mars for the 2030s. In 2015, NASA announced the launching of this enthralling plan, a program for human exploration and colonization of Mars. Journey to Mars, it will culminate in a permanent settlement there. It has 3 different phases. Earth Reliant, Proving Ground, and Earth Independent. The first phase, the Earth Reliant exploration, started a few years ago and should last till 2020. It's focused on research aboard the International Space Station to study the effects of the lack of gravity on the human body during long-duration space missions. The second phase, called Proving Ground, will test the capabilities needed by future Martian pioneers to live on Mars through several missions operating near the moon. This phase will last till 2030. In the first of these missions, the Orion spacecraft will travel without astronauts thousands of miles beyond the moon for 3 weeks. The next step will be a similar mission, but with astronauts inside the Orion. This crew will reach a milestone never achieved in the history of mankind. They will travel further from Earth than any humans have ever traveled before.
The Orion is bigger. That puts some challenges into it, but we'll be able to create a little larger crew that has this more to destination mission design. And we were still better.
Also in the 2020s, they'll send astronauts on a year-long mission to test and verify survival in deep space as the final step before our arrival on Mars. Finally, the third stage, Earth Independent, has as its ultimate goal to send humans into low Mars orbit in the early 2030s. To reach this goal, they will need to test the techniques of entry, descent, and landing on the Martian surface, and analyze how to use the in-situ resources. Science missions are now very advanced, as there are plans for a new exploration rover for 2020 and a round-trip robotic demonstration mission that will bring samples of Martian soil to Earth in the late 2020s. In addition to different space agencies, interest in sending manned missions to the Red Planet, there are also several non-governmental organizations and private companies that have shown the clear intention of making the colonization of Mars a reality. One of the most proactive organizations is the Mars Society, which is dedicated to human exploration and settlement of Mars, and has supported Mars analog research stations in Canada and the United States. Its president, Robert Zuber, is a confirmed enthusiast of Mars colonization and has ensured that nowadays technology is advanced enough to achieve it.
I think we could see Mars colonization. We could see it much sooner than most people think. From a technical point of view, we are much closer today to be able to send humans to Mars than they were to be able to send men to the moon in the 1960s, and we were there 8 years after Kennedy's speech. Okay, if we had a president who made a similar bold, brave commitment as Kennedy and stuck with it, we could be on Mars by the end of his or her second term.
One of the most advanced private projects which is considered a self-sustaining human colony on Mars is the SpaceX project. The Space Exploration Technologies Corporation, the so-called SpaceX, is an American aerospace company founded in 2002 by Elon Musk, Tesla Motors CEO, and former PayPal entrepreneur, with the long-term goal of developing technologies that will allow a human settlement on the red planet to become a reality. Their ultimate aim would be to create a self-sustaining community, not just an outpost, that could grow into a city. To achieve it, Elon Musk states that an essential condition is to radically reduce the costs of the trip. As with the present cost, it would be totally impossible. According to Musk, the key factors to achieving lower costs would be the full reusability of the rockets, refueling in orbit, and propellant production on Mars.
SpaceX started by proving that they could develop space hardware at 1/10 the cost and 1/3 the time of mainstream aerospace contractors.
SpaceX's plan is to create a Mars colony with a sustained population of 1 million people, which would mean 10,000 trips there with 100 people per trip in a time frame of about 40 to 100 years. The spaceship is designed with a crew cabin on top and a cargo compartment underneath, with capacity for 450 metric tons of cargo per trip. The duration of the trip would be about 80 days at the beginning, with the goal of reducing trip time to 30 days in the future. If all the plans are achieved, we may be witnessing the arrival of the first crewed flight to Mars in about 10 years' time. Until that incredible milestone is reached, the goal is to send cargo from the very first trips to Mars from now on.
Musk might be able to do it. He's going to have to be lucky. Okay, he's very brave, he's very determined, but this is a game where you have to do that between light and roll 7, 11, or doubles.
Thanks to unstoppable technological advances, the settlement of a Mars colony is no longer the realm of science fiction, but a feasible reality. In the coming decades, we might be landing, working, and living on Mars.
this will be just the beginning of the interplanetary expansion of the human being in the solar system. Maybe in a not so distant future, our home will be in a very distant place. One of those remote space colonies.
Spruce kills weeds differently by cutting off their water supply, causing them to die from dehydration.
In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where mysteries unfold at every corner, we embark on yet another journey of discovery. From the volcanic terrains of Io to the familiar craters of our moon, from the intriguing atmospheres of K218b to the icy landscapes of Triton and the magnetic allure of Ganymede. Join us as we traverse the celestial wonders of our universe. As we venture beyond the known, we'll explore the potential homes of the future, the enigmatic worlds that challenge our understanding of life and existence. Dive deep with us into the cosmic dance of these celestial bodies and ponder the possibilities they present. Are we on the brink of uncovering secrets that have eluded us for eons? Only time and space will tell. In the vast expanse of our solar system, among the spinning gas giants and icy celestial bodies, there is a world so volatile and so extreme that it defies what we thought we knew about planetology. Welcome to Io, the volcanic wonder of the solar system. This distant moon of Jupiter, shrouded in tranquility, holds a mystery. A mystery is so bright that it colors the moon's surface red and orange. However, it is not a peaceful world, but a celestial body in a storm of constant change. Io, Jupiter's third largest satellite, is involved in a cosmic tug of war, a gravitational dance with its parent planet and other moons. This celestial ballet results in enormous tidal forces that cause Io's surface to surge up and down by as much as 330 feet. This gravitational torment ignites the most spectacular volcanic phenomenon in the solar system, with hundreds of active volcanoes, some spewing lava tens of miles into its thin, waterless atmosphere. Io is the most volcanic world we know. Fresh, stunning images taken by NASA's Juno spacecraft during the 51st flyby of Jupiter have revealed the fiery heart of Io in unprecedented detail. But they are more than just pictures. They are clues to unlocking the mysteries of our solar system. Looking at these fiery landscapes from our blue and peaceful home, we're reminded how diverse and unique our solar system can be. So join us on a journey to Io, the volcanic wonder of the solar system. Welcome to exploring the fiery world of Io. Io, Jupiter's third largest satellite, is a world of extremes. It is the most volcanically active body in our solar system, with hundreds of volcanoes that spew lava fountains tens of miles high. This volcanic activity is not the result of internal heat left over from its formation, but rather a product of
its unique orbital dance with Jupiter and its neighboring satellites, Europa and Ganymede. Io's orbit is more elliptical than it would naturally be due to the gravitational influence of Europa and Ganymede. As a result, Io experiences tremendous tidal forces that cause its surface to surge up and down by as much as 330 feet. This gravitational ballet generates a significant amount of heat within Io, forming massive amounts of magma. Io's volcanoes are often shaped like cauldrons pressed into the Earth's crust, known as cratera. Sometimes they contain lava flows that spurt outward, and often their explosions lift matter upward. The composition of this lava is still a matter of debate among scientists. Some theories suggest it's mostly molten sulfur and its compounds, while others suggest it is silicate rock. Although the moon is about 4.5 billion years old, Io's surface itself is no more than a couple of million years old due to its abundant lava production. This constant renewal of the surface fills any impact craters left by meteorites, lakes of molten lava, and forms fresh, smooth floodplains of liquid rock. One of Io's most intriguing features is Patera, the moon's most powerful volcano. Responsible for a staggering 10% of the moon's total heat, Patera is a volcanic mystery. The moon's cycle of increasing and decreasing brightness appears to correspond to changes in Io's elliptical orbit, but more data is still needed to confirm the pattern. Interestingly, the bright eruptions appear to be prevalent in the posterior hemisphere of Io, the backside of the moon, in terms of its orbital motion around Jupiter. This volcanic gradient is currently explained and adds to the mystery of this volcanic wonder. In addition, the locations of Io's volcanoes do not match any of the major heating models, which adds another layer of mystery to our understanding of this moon. As we delve deeper into Io's volcanic activity, we find more questions than answers, reminding us of the immense complexity of our solar system. When we think of volcanoes, we often envision the majestic and sometimes deadly structures that dot our planet's landscape. From the explosive eruptions of Mount St. Helens to the slow creeping lava flows of Kilauea. Earth's volcanoes are a prime example of the dynamic nature of our planet. But when we turn our gaze to Io, we find a much more extreme volcanic landscape. The gravitational influence of Jupiter and the other satellites create powerful tidal forces within Io, resulting in extreme volcanic activity. In this world, volcanoes are the norm, not the exception. The scale and intensity of Io's volcanoes dwarf those on Earth. Io's most active volcano, Patera, is a huge lava-filled basin more than 125 miles in diameter. Its eruptions can produce enough lava to cover an area the size of New Jersey. In contrast, Earth's largest volcano, Mauna Loa, has a caldera less than 4 miles wide. The composition of the lava on Io is also different from that on Earth. While terrestrial volcanoes mostly spew silicate-based lava, the lava on Io is thought to be mostly composed of molten sulfur and its compounds. This is the same substance that gives Io its characteristic bright color. The impact of volcanic eruptions on planetary conditions also differs dramatically between Earth and Io. On Earth, large volcanic eruptions can have a significant impact on our climate, often resulting in temporary global cooling. On Io, on the other hand, constant volcanic activity has created a thin atmosphere composed mostly of sulfur dioxide. A powerful volcanic eruption was seen on Io in 2022, highlighting the satellite's extreme volcanic nature. The eruption was so powerful that it illuminated the sodium cloud surrounding Jupiter, known as Io's plasma torso. The event was a stark reminder of the incredible forces raging on this volcanic satellite. However, that only makes Io more interesting. Being the innermost of Jupiter's 4 Galilean satellites presents a world of extremes. Its intense volcanic activity, caused by the gravitational tug-of-war between Jupiter and the other Galilean satellites, has far-reaching consequences that extend beyond its gray-covered surface. Io's impact on nearby celestial bodies is significant. Its volcanic eruptions eject large amounts of material into space, some of which falls back to Io's surface. The rest is either lost to space or forms a ring of charged particles around Jupiter, known as Io's already mentioned plasma torso. This torso contributes to Jupiter's magnetosphere, the very region of space dominated by Jupiter's magnetic field. Particles in the torso interact with Jupiter's magnetic field to create bright auroras in the planet's upper atmosphere. The long-term effects of Io's volcanic activity are still the subject of ongoing research. What is certain, however, is that the constant rejuvenation of Io's surface due to volcanic activity has a significant impact on its geology and could potentially affect its ability to support life.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper, America's #1 trusted paper towel.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior work and life and job experience.
2026 CRV Transfer Line. Introducing the latest addition to the Honda Transport Line. Our most capable CRV. Explore the CRV Transport Line at your local Honda dealer.
We know it seems easier to just hide your scars, but with consistent daily use of Moderna, you can help the old and new scars, along with your doubts, in as little as 8 weeks. See how progress is possible when you make Moderna a part of your routine.
Io is the most volcanically active body in our solar system, as already mentioned, is a world of extremes. Its surface is a hellish landscape, constantly altered by hundreds of sulfur volcanoes spewing hot lava. The satellite surface temperature averaged minus 202 degrees Fahrenheit, while volcanic hotspots can reach a scorching 2,900 degrees. It's hard to imagine life as we know it surviving under these conditions. Yet, life on Earth is incredibly resilient, able to survive in the most extreme conditions. We call these hardy organisms extremophiles. They thrive in conditions that would be deadly to most life forms, from the crushing depths of the ocean to the boiling springs of the Yellowstone. Astrobiologist Dirk Schultz-Macke suggests that if there is life on Io, it's most likely underground. Despite the hostile conditions on the surface, the subsurface could be a haven. It could protect any organisms from Jupiter's powerful radiation, so could contain enough heat and moisture for life to survive. One possible habitat for life on Io could be lava tubes. These natural channels through which lava flows beneath the surface of a lava flow should be quite common on Io because of its volcanic activity. As an example, on Earth, microbial growth is common in lava tubes, regardless of location or climate. Could the same be true for Io? If life existed on Io, it would probably be very different from anything we've seen on Earth. It would have evolved to survive in a unique and hostile environment. Potentially, organisms could use sulfur compounds like hydrogen sulfide as an energy source. They might even use hydrogen sulfide as a water substitute, since it dissolves organic compounds and remains liquid in Io's subsurface environment. The possibility of life on Io is still a matter of speculation, but still it can't be ruled out. Future missions, such as the proposed Io Volcano Observer, may provide more clues about what's going on inside Io and whether life can be sustained. Looking ahead to future missions, it's worth noting that our understanding of Io and its volcanic activity has greatly improved through ongoing research and exploration. NASA's Juno spacecraft, which has been orbiting Jupiter since 2016, has provided us with the most unprecedented views of Io. Juno's Jovian Infrared Auroral Mapper, or JIRAM, has been instrumental in providing detailed images of Io's surface, revealing numerous pockets of volcanic activity. JIRAM is a key player in our quest to learn more about Jupiter's system by measuring the heat radiated by the planet in the infrared wavelength of about 5 microns. These images allow scientists to study Io's volcanic activity in detail. By observing the moon during several passes, scientists were able to track how volcanoes vary, how often they erupt, how bright and hot they are, and whether they are clustered or erupting singly. This comprehensive study on Io helps scientists understand the mass and energy flows on this volcanic satellite, and of course paves the way for future research and discoveries. The future holds very exciting prospects for the exploration of Io. Upcoming Juno flybys will bring the spacecraft even closer to Io, leading to twin flyby encounters when it passes a second time just 900 miles from the moon's surface. Such close encounters will provide an even more detailed view of Io's volcanic activity. In addition to Juno, the Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, or JUICE mission, which is expected to reach Jupiter by 2031, will further study Jupiter's large satellites. While JUICE's primary targets are the oceanic satellites Europa and Ganymede, the data it collects will undoubtedly contribute to our understanding of the entire Jupiter system, including Io. By the way, we've already looked at these satellites in our previous videos. The scientific goals of such missions are not only to understand Io and its volcanoes, but also to gain insight into the dynamics of our solar system. Data collected will help scientists answer fundamental questions about the formation and evolution of planetary bodies, the conditions that can support life, and the cosmic forces at work in our corner of the universe. The Io Volcano Observer, IVO, we mentioned earlier, is a proposed mission to investigate Jupiter's satellite Io to understand tidal heating as a fundamental planetary process. The main goals of the study are to understand how and where tidal heat is generated within Io, how tidal heat is transferred to the surface, and how Io evolves. These results are expected to have direct implications for the thermal history of Europa and Ganymede, as well as providing insights into other tidally heated worlds such as Titan and Enceladus. The mission is designed to use Io as a planet-sized natural laboratory to better understand processes that are important to the entire solar system and have a significant impact on exoplanets. The proposed baseline launch will reach Jupiter in August of 2033 on a Mars-Earth gravity assist, or MEGA, trajectory, using the effects of Mars and Earth gravity. During the core mission, IBO will approach IO 9 times over a period of 4 years. Exploring IO is not without its challenges. The moon's extreme volcanic activity and intense radiation around Jupiter pose significant risks for spacecraft. But with every challenge comes opportunity. Opportunity to push the boundaries of our knowledge and to innovate and discover. In the vast expanse of space, it hangs in our sky, a silent guardian, a constant companion, the moon. Our moon, for thousands of years, has been a source of wonder and inspiration, a muse for poets, a guide for sailors, and a stepping stone for explorers. We've studied it, walked on it, and even brought pieces of it back to Earth. Nevertheless, it continues to hold secrets and captivate us with its mysterious appearance. We now stand at the threshold of a new era of lunar exploration. The Artemis missions are bold venture promises to take us further than ever before and reveal truths formed over billions of years. Did you know that deep beneath the crater-cut surface of the moon is its solid iron core, or that there is water ice hidden in the shadows of its craters? And that's just the beginning. From stunningly detailed images revealing its true colors to groundbreaking geological discoveries, you're learning more about our celestial neighbor than ever before. Let's dive into the fascinating world of lunar discoveries. Before we delve into the future, let's take a moment to look into the past. The moon has been a part of human history since time immemorial, a constant presence in our night sky, inspiring awe and curiosity. Ancient civilizations around the world revered the moon, weaving it into their myths and legends. They tracked its phases, creating the first lunar calendars, which are still used in some cultures today. The invention of the telescope in the 16th century was a turning point in the study of the moon. Astronomers such as Galileo Galilei were able to observe the moon with unprecedented accuracy, discovering its mountainous terrain and vast flat plains, or seas as they were called. Let's go back to the 20th century to the era of the space race. The launch of Sputnik by the Soviet Union in 1957 provoked fierce competition between the world's superpowers, culminating in NASA's Apollo program. In 1969, Apollo 11 made history. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin were the first humans to set foot on the surface of the moon, a moment that fascinated millions of people around the world. The Apollo missions brought many lunar samples and data, changing the way we think about the moon. Since then, many missions to the moon have been launched in various countries, each contributing to our growing body of knowledge. We've mapped the surface of the moon in detail, discovered traces of water ice, and studied its geology, atmosphere, and magnetic field. The Artemis 1 mission marks a new chapter in our exploration of the moon. Named after Apollo's twin sister in Greek mythology, Artemis carries the torch of lunar exploration into the 21st century. Launched by NASA, Artemis 1 was an uncrewed test flight that took the Orion spacecraft around the moon. The mission was an important step in testing Orion's systems and capabilities, paving the way for future manned missions. During its voyage, Orion flew farther from Earth than any other human-built spacecraft had ever flown. It made a 6-day voyage around the moon, collecting valuable data and testing its systems in the harsh conditions of deep space. The mission provided us with stunning images of the lunar surface taken by Orion's onboard cameras. These images not only provide a glimpse of the stark beauty of the moon, but also serve a practical purpose in helping scientists and engineers appreciate the operation of Orion's systems and instruments. After completing its orbit of the moon, Ryan returned to Earth, reaching a speed of 20,000 miles per hour on re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. The successful landing and recovery of the spacecraft marked the end of the mission and the beginning of a new era of lunar exploration. The Artemis 1 mission was a testament to human ingenuity and the exploratory spirit. It was the result of the hard work and dedication of countless people working toward a common goal: to return humans to the moon and one day make the next giant leap to Mars. Our closest celestial neighbor is more than just a beautiful object in the night sky. It is a treasure trove of information about the early solar system, and its geology holds clues to its own fiery birth and tumultuous history. The moon's surface is a rugged landscape: mountains, valleys, and plains, modeled with countless craters. These features tell the story of a place bombarded by meteorites and volcanic activity once occurred on its surface. The rocks delivered by the Apollo astronauts told us a lot about the composition of the moon. They showed us that the moon's crust is mostly composed of a rock called basalt, formed from rapidly cooling lava. One of the most intriguing recent discoveries about the moon is deep beneath its surface, in its core. For a long time, the nature of the lunar core remained a mystery, but recent research has shed new light on its composition. Like the Earth, the moon has a layered structure: a crust, a mineral-rich mantle, and a core. But unlike the Earth's molten outer core, the moon's core is thought to be mostly solid. This conclusion is based on data from seismometers placed on the moon by the Apollo missions. These instruments recorded lunar tremors, or moonquakes, vibrations that pulsate in the moon's interior. By studying these vibrations, scientists can infer the structure and composition of the moon's interior, similar to the way a doctor uses an X-ray to look inside a patient. The solid iron core is important to our understanding of the moon's past. It suggests that the moon once had a magnetic field created by the cooling of this iron core. This magnetic field may have protected the surface of the moon from solar radiation, just as Earth's magnetic field does today. A solid iron core also helps explain some of the volcanic activity of the moon. When the core cooled and solidified, the moon had to shrink, releasing heat and causing volcanic eruptions. These eruptions shaped the surface of the moon, forming its vast plains and filling its craters with lava. Finally, the solid iron core provides insight into the formation of the moon and the early solar system. This supports the theory that the moon was formed from the debris of a giant collision between a young Earth and a Mars-sized body. This violent origin left the moon with a molten ocean of rocks that slowly cooled for billions of years to form the moon as we know it today. As we continue to explore and study our closest celestial neighbor, who knows what other secrets we'll uncover? Every part of the moon, from its surface to its core, has a story to tell. Water. It is the essence of life as we know it. And for a long time, we thought that the moon, with its barren, airless surface, was devoid of. But recent discoveries have turned that assumption upside down. As we know, the surface of the moon is dotted with countless craters. These places, especially near the poles of the moon, are in constant shadow, protected from the heat of the sun. In these eternally dark craters, temperatures can drop to minus 418 degrees Fahrenheit, low enough to trap water ice for billions of years. Indeed, several missions have found traces of that very water ice in them. NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, LRO, was instrumental in this discovery. LRO has been making unprecedentedly detailed maps of the moon's surface since 2009. Its data has revealed the presence of ice in the polar craters of the moon. Another mission, LFROS, Observation and Sensing Satellite, dramatically confirmed the presence of water ice on the moon. In 2009, a rocket exhaust stage crashed into a crater near the moon's south pole. The impact raised a plume of debris, which was analyzed by the L-Cross tracking spacecraft. The analysis revealed a significant amount of water ice. Although the discovery of water ice in lunar craters was a significant breakthrough, recent research has taken our understanding of lunar water to new heights. A recent study revealed a detailed map of water distribution near the moon's south pole. This map was created using data from NASA's Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, SOFIA. It shows the possible location of water ice near the moon's south pole. The map reveals a complex picture of the moon's hydration. Water is not evenly distributed across the south pole, but is concentrated in certain craters and regions. Where lunar water can come from, whether it is ancient, exists by itself in lunar minerals from early volcanic processes on the moon, or delivered by asteroids, comets, or solar winds, and whether it migrates across the moon's surface is another important question left open by SOFIA observations. This detailed map of the distribution of water on the moon is not just a scientific achievement, it's a roadmap for future lunar exploration. Knowing where water is located is crucial for planning future missions, especially those that aim to ensure a sustained human presence on the moon. Water is a valuable resource in space. It can be used for drinking, growing food, and providing oxygen for breathing. But perhaps most importantly, water can be broken down into hydrogen and oxygen, components of rocket fuel. That means that lunar water can be used to refuel spacecraft. This makes the moon a potential refueling station in space for missions going farther out into the solar system, such as Mars. When we think of the moon, we often imagine a barren, airless world. But did you know the moon has an atmosphere? It's incredibly thin and rarefied, but it exists and is the subject of intense scientific research. The moon's atmosphere is known as the exosphere, the thinnest type of atmosphere there is. It is so rarefied that individual molecules rarely collide with each other. Instead, they follow ballistic trajectories like tiny rockets. The moon's exosphere is composed of various gases, including helium, neon, and argon, as well as traces of other elements. These gases are released from the lunar soil in a process known as degassing. NASA's Lunar Atmosphere and Dust Environment Explorer, or LADEE, was a mission specifically designed to study the lunar exosphere. Launched in 2013, LADEE made detailed measurements of the composition and structure of the exosphere, as well as the lunar dust environment. One of the key discoveries of LADEE was the discovery of a dust cloud hovering above the lunar surface. This dust rises into the exosphere as a result of micrometeorite impacts, creating a temporary, ever-changing dust exosphere. As we prepare for future lunar missions, understanding the exosphere of the moon will be critical. It can affect landing and takeoff conditions and may even pose a hazard to astronauts and equipment. Just as our understanding of the moon's exosphere has been enhanced by modern technology and scientific missions, so too has our ability to visualize the moon's surface increased. In this era of advanced astronomy, we've been able to capture the stark landscape of the moon in stunning detail, offering us a closer look at our celestial neighbor. From the earliest photographs taken by lunar orbiters to high-resolution images taken by modern telescopes and spacecraft, we've seen lunar craters, mountains, and valleys in exceptional detail. One of the most outstanding images of the moon was recently created by astrophotographers Andrew McCarthy and Connor Mathern. This image is not just one image, but consists of more than 200,000 images taken in one evening
and carefully stitched together to create a breathtakingly detailed portrait of the moon. The entire image is assembled like a mosaic, each tile consisting of thousands of photos. This process, known as stacking, increases the signal-to-noise ratio of the image, improving detail and reducing the effects of atmospheric turbulence. The final image is a spectacular 174 megapixel masterpiece. It shows the moon in stunning detail, with every crater, mountain, and valley visible. The image also shows subtle color variations in the lunar surface caused by differences in the composition of the lunar soil. Creating such a detailed image of the moon is not an easy task. It requires not only advanced equipment and clear skies, but also a thorough understanding of image processing techniques. Each photograph must be carefully aligned and merged, which takes hundreds of hours. The result is more than work. Detailed images like this one aren't just beautiful, they're also a valuable tool for scientists to help them study the geology of the moon, track changes on its surface, and plan future missions. As we look to the future of lunar exploration, one mission stands out as a beacon illuminating the path to our return to the moon. This mission is Artemis II, the next big step in our journey toward understanding our celestial neighbor and our place in space. Artemis II, part of NASA's program, will be the first manned mission to the moon in the 21st century, taking a group of astronauts on a journey around the moon. The Artemis II crew is a diverse and talented team of astronauts, including the first woman and the first man of color to participate in a lunar mission. NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman will command the mission, and Victor Glover will be the pilot. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen and NASA astronaut Christina Hammond-Cope will also participate in this historic mission. The goals of the mission are ambitious. Artemis II will be a multi-day mission. It will be a critical test of the Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket, paving the way for future lunar landings. And perhaps most importantly, it will revive the spirit of human exploration, taking us beyond Earth for the first time in 5 decades. But Artemis II is just the beginning. It's part of a larger plan to establish a sustained human presence on the moon. Future missions will focus on landing astronauts on the surface of the moon. The moon is more than just a destination. It's a stepping stone, a testing ground for the technologies and strategies we need to explore the solar system at greater depth. It's a place where we can learn to live off the Earth using lunar resources to support human missions. As we stand on the threshold of a new era of lunar exploration, we're not just looking at the moon. We're looking beyond, to Mars and the distant worlds awaiting our arrival. And on this great journey, the moon is our first stop, a beacon lighting the way to the stars. In the grand theater of the cosmos, few relationships are as close and intricate as the relationship between the Earth and its partner, the moon. This relationship, which emerged more than 4.5 billion years ago, has determined the fate of our planet and all life on it. The moon, our constant satellite, orbits us at an average distance of about 238,855 miles. It's the 5th largest satellite in the solar system, and compared to the size of its planet, the largest. As the moon revolves around the Earth, we see different parts of its sunlit side, a cycle that creates the phases of the moon. When the moon retreats into the Earth's shadow, we witness a lunar eclipse, a spectacular event that's captivated people for thousands of years. The gravitational pull of the moon also creates Earth's tides. As the moon orbits, its gravity attracts Earth's oceans, causing them to bulge toward the moon. This bulge creates 2 tides and 2 ebbs each day. The moon serves as a shield that
protects the Earth from some meteorite impacts. Many of the craters on the moon's surface are scars intended for the Earth. But above all, our satellite played a key role in the development of life on Earth. The gravitational pull of the moon stabilizes the tilt of the Earth's axis, providing a relatively stable climate for a long time, a condition that may have been crucial for the evolution of complex life. As we continue to explore the moon, both from Earth and with missions like Artemis, we don't just learn about our celestial neighbor. We also gain insight into our planet, its history, and its place in space. Have we finally found the answer to one of humanity's oldest questions? Are we alone in the universe? The James Webb Space Telescope may have just brought us one step closer to a revolutionary discovery. Meet K2-18b, a distant exoplanet that has suddenly found itself at the forefront of astrobiological research. Why? Because James Webb discovered something unusual in its atmosphere, something that could potentially signal the existence of life. Water vapor, methane, and even the rare dimethyl sulfide are not just random molecules. They may be the biosignatures we are looking for, clues that life in some form exists beyond Earth. Armed with the most advanced space technology ever created, James Webb is our new guardian of the galaxy. A telescope designed to peer into the unknown and perhaps redefine our understanding of life itself. So, are you ready to venture into the unknown and dive into the mysterious world of K2-18b? As we venture deeper into space in search of the answers to questions that have puzzled humanity for generations, we rely on the eyes of our technological marvels to bring the universe into focus. One such eye is the James Webb Telescope, or JWST. For decades, the Hubble Space Telescope has been our window to the universe, producing images that have both delighted and enlightened us. But even Hubble has its limitations. Meet James Webb, a telescope dedicated to pushing the boundaries of what we can see and understand. One of the most innovative features of the JWST is its cool screen technology. This is no ordinary sunshade. It's a multi-layer engineering genius the size of a tennis ball. It blocks the heat of the sun, earth, and moon. Why is this important? Because it allows the telescope to cool to incredibly low temperatures, increasing the sensitivity to the faint infrared signals emitted by distant celestial bodies. Infrared observations are crucial for studying exoplanets such as K2-18b. Unlike visible light, which can be absorbed or scattered by space dust, infrared waves can overcome such obstacles, giving us clearer and more detailed images. JWST's ability to make infrared observations is not just an achievement, it is a revolution in the way we study distant worlds. So what discoveries await us when we turn his gaze to K2-18b? Located 124 light years away in the constellation Leo, this exoplanet is more than just a distant rocket. You may have heard of the Goldilocks zone, a term describing the habitable zone around a star where conditions are ideal, neither too hot nor too cold for liquid water to exist. K2-18b orbits around its parent star, K2-18, just this zone. But what sets it apart from other exoplanets in similar orbits? K2-18b is not just another rocky planet. It is what scientists call a Hycean world. Hycean worlds characterized by a hydrogen-rich atmosphere and a surface covered by a watery ocean represent a new frontier in our search for extraterrestrial life. They offer conditions that may be similar to those around hydrothermal vents on Earth, which are known to support diverse ecosystems. Recent observations by the James Webb Space Telescope have revealed intriguing details about the atmosphere of K2-18b, from water vapor to methane and even potential traces of dimethyl sulfide. The atmosphere of this distant world is a cocktail of elements and compounds that could support life, or at least life as we don't yet know it. The discovery of these atmospheric components has caused a wave of excitement in the scientific community. Researchers are full of excitement and speculation as they ponder the implications of these discoveries for astrobiology and the broader quest to understand the nature of life in the universe. Could this heightened world with its unique atmospheric composition be the key to unlocking the mysteries of extraterrestrial life? And what might its unique conditions mean for the future of astrobiology? When we venture into the field of exoplanet exploration, one of the most challenging but rewarding aspects is the study of alien atmospheres. K2-18b, with its unique location in the habitable zone and intriguing atmospheric composition, provides a compelling example. While Earth's atmosphere is a mixture of nitrogen, oxygen, and gas impurities, K2-18b is a very different cocktail. This exoplanet's hydrogen-dominated atmosphere with traces of water vapor, methane, and perhaps even dimethyl sulfide is a treasure trove of scientific curiosities. Studying the atmosphere of an exoplanet more than 100 light years away is not an easy task. It involves a technique called spectroscopy, which analyzes the light from the planet's parent star as it passes through the planet's atmosphere. Different molecules absorb light of specific wavelengths, creating a unique fingerprint that can be deciphered to determine the composition of the atmosphere. The infrared capabilities of the James Webb Space Telescope played an important role in these discoveries. The Mid-Infrared Instrument Spectrogram, abbreviated MIRI, allows for an extended range of wavelengths, allowing it to detect a variety of molecules that were previously elusive. The presence of methane and the lack of ammonia in K2-18b's atmosphere has scientists speculating about the types of life that might exist there. On Earth, methane is often produced by biological processes, and its presence on K2-18b opens up the possibility of life forms that thrive in a hydrogen-rich environment, something we've never encountered before. The composition of K2-18b's atmosphere also suggests the presence of a subsurface ocean. This opens up exciting questions about atmosphere-ocean interactions and how these dynamics might affect the overall habitability of the planet. So could its atmosphere be the key to a new understanding of habitability and life beyond Earth? When we think of life, we often imagine Earth-like environments, but in fact, life exists in environments where we can't even imagine. Studying extremophiles, organisms that thrive in extreme environments, opens up new possibilities for studying life beyond Earth. Deep in Earth's oceans, hydrothermal vents spew hot, mineral-rich water, creating an environment devoid of sunlight, but teeming with life. Extremophiles such as the thermophiles and acidophiles thrive there, challenging our traditional understanding of what life needs to survive. Could such life forms exist on exoplanets like K2-18b? The hydrogen-rich atmosphere of K2-18b offers unique conditions for previously unexplored life. On Earth, certain microbes called methanogens produce methane in an oxygen-free environment. If methane in the K2-18b atmosphere is produced biologically, we may be in a world where hydrogen-loving extremophiles thrive.
The study of extremophiles expands the range of conditions in which life can exist, from the acidic rivers of Rio Tinto, Spain, to the tundra of Siberia. Life on Earth exists in a wide variety of extreme environments. This diversity encourages us to reconsider the ecological limits of extraterrestrial life. The potential for a subterranean ocean and hydrogen-rich atmosphere makes K2-18b an attractive target for studying extremophiles in the exoplanet environment. Perhaps this distant world has its version of extreme life, adapted to such conditions and considering them a name for itself. If extremophiles do exist on K2-18b, what might be their evolutionary trajectory? On Earth, life began with simple single-celled organisms and evolved in complex forms. Could a similar process occur in other worlds given enough time and the right conditions? One of the most interesting aspects of studying the K2-18b atmosphere is the potential presence of dimethyl sulfide, or DMS. On Earth, this compound is often produced by marine phytoplankton, serves as a potential biosignature. But could its presence on an exoplanet like K2-18b also indicate life? In the Earth's oceans, DMS is produced by phytoplankton and serves many ecological functions. It is a compound that, when oxidized in the atmosphere, can lead to cloud formation. Its presence in exoplanet atmospheres, such as that of K2-18b, could be a game changer in the search for extraterrestrial life. The potential detection of DMS on K2-18b is still being tested. The James Webb Space Telescope's mid-infrared instrument spectrograph is capable of detecting such complex molecules, but confirming their presence requires careful analysis and expert judgment. The discovery of potential biosignatures such as DMS and K2-18b has excited the scientific community. However, like any groundbreaking discovery, it's also sparked a debate that oscillates between skepticism and optimism. The scientific community is divided on the implications of the discovery of DMS on K2-18b. While some consider it a strong candidate for biosignatures, others warn that abiotic processes can also produce similar compounds. The debate emphasizes the complexities and challenges in interpreting exoplanet data. Historically, astronomical discoveries have often been met with skepticism. When Galileo first discovered the satellites of Jupiter, his findings were initially rejected by many. Similarly, the discovery of the first exoplanet in 1995 was met with caution. These historical examples serve as a reminder that skepticism is an integral part of the scientific process. The search for extraterrestrial life doesn't depend on a single molecule or observation. Scientists are looking for a combination of biosignatures to create compelling evidence for the existence of life. Could DMS be a part of a larger puzzle involving other biosignatures like methane and water vapor? The debate's likely to continue until additional data is collected. As technology advances, future missions with even more sensitive instruments may provide the confirmation needed to classify the DMS as a true biosignature. Is DMS the key we have been waiting for in the search for alien life, or is it a distraction that is throwing us off track? Either way, the debate itself is a testament to the ever-evolving nature of scientific research. The James Webb Space Telescope has revolutionized our understanding of exoplanets like K2-18b, but it's just one step in a long journey of space exploration. What lies beyond this monumental mission, and how will future technologies continue to expand our cosmic horizons? The extremely large telescope, scheduled for completion by 2025, promises to be another game changer. With a main mirror diameter of 128 feet, it will be the largest near-infrared optical telescope in the world. Its unprecedented sensitivity to confirm or refute the biosignatures detected by the James Webb Space Telescope. The Large UV Optical IR Surveyor, or LUVOIR, is another mission on the horizon that could complement James Webb's findings. Designed to operate over a wide range of wavelengths, LUVOIR can provide even more detailed atmospheric analysis and potentially obtain direct images of exoplanets. As we target more distant exoplanets, advances in propulsion technology will be critical. Components like ion propulsion and even theoretical methods involving antimatter propulsion could drastically reduce travel times, allowing probes to reach and study exoplanets within a human lifetime. We've previously published a video on the possibility of interstellar travel and the challenges associated with it. As we stand on the threshold of potentially revolutionary discoveries, it's worth pausing to consider the philosophical implications and questions that fuel our cosmic curiosity. What does the search for extraterrestrial life mean for our understanding of existence, and what questions does it pose for the future? One question that's becoming relevant is the role of red dwarfs in the galaxy. Could these numerous stars, often overlooked because of their small size and dim light, actually be the cradle of life? Their longevity and stability make them intriguing candidates for planets that have life. What will the discovery of extraterrestrial phytoplankton mean for our understanding of life? Such a discovery would not only confirm the existence of life beyond Earth, but it would also suggest that the building blocks of life are more universal than we thought. What will the next decade reveal in our quest to understand the cosmos? Will we confirm the existence of extraterrestrial life? Or will we discover new, even more complex questions that challenge our understanding of the universe? In the veiled depths of the solar system lies an enigmatic mystery. Neptune's elusive moon, Triton. Buried in darkness, the seemingly lifeless moon hides features that defy explanation. Unlike other satellites, Triton orbits Neptune in the opposite direction to the normal, defying the cosmic order. Its cold surface, surprisingly young, occasionally flashes with cryolight, revealing an otherworldly dynamism. But beneath the ice, shrouded in mystery, lies a dense layer that could be covering the bottomless ocean. A realm where extraterrestrial life may be kept secret. Come with us on this extraordinary odyssey to the outer reaches of the solar system, ready for a cold and exciting journey into the unknown. Neptune, a blue icy giant pierced by endless ultrasonic wings, is one of the most distant planets in our system, not counting Pluto. It is the only planet we cannot see with the naked eye because of its dimness. 14 satellites are orbiting the icy giant along with Triton. The strange icy satellite was first discovered in 1846 by British astronomer William Lassell through mathematical calculations rather than direct observation, due to the imperfect optics for such distant objects at the time. Triton immediately attracted the attention of the scientific community because of its differences from other satellites. All of them are much smaller, and except for some outer satellites, move in their orbit in the direction of the planet's rotation, while Triton rotates in the opposite direction, or retrograde. In particular, scientists have noticed that the satellite is unusually similar to the famous dwarf planet Pluto. Their masses, diameters, and even the materials that make up the surface are very similar. We'll talk about what role this plays for Triton a little later. The diameter of the unique satellite is 1,680 miles, which is almost 7 times larger than the second largest satellite of the ice giant Proteus. This size allows it to maintain a thin atmosphere, which is mainly composed of nitrogen and methane. On top of that, the satellite's upper atmosphere has an ionosphere, a place where atoms and molecules are ionized more intensely than on Earth. These factors are crucial for suggesting that Triton, like Pluto, can also be an icy dwarf planet. In addition, the ratio of rock to ice on the satellite is in the range of 70 to 30. This adds even more evidence to the planetary nature of Triton, in particular hints at a different origin from all other satellites. It is therefore suspected that, like the Earth, Triton has a crust, liquid mantle, and a rocky core. Because of its distance, 2.793 million miles from the Sun, Triton is one of the coldest satellites in the solar system. The average temperature there reaches negative 400 degrees Fahrenheit. The surface of the satellite is covered with a layer of frozen nitrogen, under which there's a thick layer of ice mantle. All of this gives it an icy luster that reflects about 70% of the sunlight that hits it over a long period. In particular, its surface may be quite young, which also hints that Triton is not a dead stone at all, but a rather geologically active planet. Triton has a very interesting dynamic history of its surface development. Its outer layer has many small impact craters, although they should be much larger and deeper. This suggests that the satellite may be recovered. In addition, when you look at Triton in detail, you can see large ridges and valleys with complex patterns that look like the skin of a melon, with smooth black stripes in some parts of it. However, it does not seem that they could have been formed only by crashing space objects, because then Triton would be covered with huge impact basins. Therefore, astronomers have one possible answer to this characteristic landscape. A huge ocean may be hidden under the ice layer. Triton's surface is rejuvenated by a mixture of water and nitrogen that settles on its outer layer. But how does water appear on the surface? There are only two ways for water to fill the satellite surface. Water can be poured out through strong meteorite impacts or its eruption through volcanic plumes in the outer crust. This is also hinted at by Titan's amazing nitrogen polar caps. Their formation depends on cryovolcanism. But wait, how can water erupt on such a cold planet? Triton is strongly influenced by Neptune's gravitational pull, which deforms the satellite's core, causing tidal heat, which heats the water inside. In particular, solar heating can also be the cause of cryolava eruptions. Solar radiation passes through the ice, heating the subsurface nitrogen until it escapes through the crust. Water eruptions on Triton can last for more than a year, spewing tens of cubic kilometers of matter to restore affected parts of the surface. Heidi Hamill, a senior researcher at the Institute of Space Sciences, believes that such high geyser eruptions require a powerful source of heat and an ocean. However, the existence of the ocean has not yet been confirmed. There are several hypotheses about the nature of such a young surface. For example, heat from inside the satellite can melt pockets of nitrogen ice, which then erupt outward. In particular, cryovolcanoes may be fed by water not from the subsurface ocean, but simply from pockets of water in the crust. Triton raises many questions about its internal composition, and the only way to find out for sure whether Triton lives up to its name is through missions to the edge of the solar system. The first telescope to take detailed images of Triton was Voyager 2 in 1989. Flying over Neptune's north pole, Voyager bent its trajectory due to the giant's gravity to reach Triton. At a distance of 25,000 miles, almost at the altitude of geostationary satellites, the telescope captured the very first images of Triton's surface, and then departed forever into deep space. It's thanks to these images that we know so much about the mysterious satellite today. The Voyager mission provided a comprehensive characterization of the satellite, including its mass, atmosphere, and composition. For example, it was the mission to Triton that established that the atmosphere is dominated by molecular nitrogen with a small content of methane, which suggested that the satellite could be geologically active and gave rise to the study of the nature of eruptions. In particular, Voyager 2 proved that there are no oceans of liquid nitrogen on Triton's surface and showed the world the features of the satellite's surface. However, the mission to Triton saw only 40% of the satellite in the southern hemisphere and only one side of it because the satellite itself is always turned with one side toward Neptune. Almost 33 years after Triton's first image, the Space Telescope James Webb took a new equally impressive photo of Neptune and Triton, albeit at a much greater distance. Webb has captured the barely visible rings of Neptune and its 7 moons for a very long time. The largest moon of the icy giant has taken all the attention. To the left of Neptune in the image, you can see a very bright star-like object, but it is Triton. Such an outburst of the moon confirms its shiny surface of condensed nitrogen, which reflects almost all the sunlight that gets there. Although the photographs taken over the past 30 years have greatly advanced our knowledge of Triton, they're still not enough to build a complete map of the satellite and answer the most intriguing questions. Therefore, more expeditions to Triton are needed to make sure that all the guesses are correct. Triton's unusual orbit seems particularly interesting for further research. As we've already mentioned, Triton is one of the few satellites that moves against the direction of Neptune's rotation. Retrograde motion, or counterclockwise motion of cosmic bodies, is rare. Only a few satellites in the solar system, like Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, and Neptune, have retrograde orbits. Moreover, Triton is also tilted by 23 degrees compared to Neptune's flat path as it rotates. Usually, this tilt and reversal of motion is the result of a collision with another body. Therefore, some other object could have Triton pass the same way and cause the retrograde motion. However, this version is not currently popular in scientific circles. In particular, this scenario does not explain the size and similarity of Triton to dwarf planets. So, what's the main reason for the satellite's alien nature? Neptune's orbit passes right on the border of the Kuiper Belt, a region of the remnants of the solar system and its actual border. It's there that the dwarf planet Pluto is located. There's another possible reason for the formation of a retrograde orbit of a space body. An independent object moving at a certain speed and direction can be captured by another body with greater gravitational pull. And since it's difficult to model the conditions under which Triton could have formed organically around Neptune, scientists have concluded that Triton was probably captured by Neptune's gravity into its orbit. It's now believed that the satellite could have been an object independent of Neptune in the past, once part of a double planetary system like the Pluto-Charon pattern. The gravitational pull of Neptune is much greater than the relationship between two gravitationally bound small objects, so Triton could have become detached from another space body, in part by changing its orbital velocity. In particular, it's believed that Triton was headed for a collision with the icy giant, but its companion planet could have brought it into Neptune's orbit, but was itself ejected from the solar system. But this lost planet was not the only victim of Neptune's gravitational pull. As we mentioned, 13 other satellites are orbiting Neptune. We divided into two groups, internal and external. And absolutely all of them have a very small mass. For example,